It's a new year, so that can only mean one thing.
It's time for those New Year resolutions.
And it's the perfect time to start a new hobby.
Jewellery Maker, Sewing Street and Hobby Maker are here whether you're starting something new or advancing your skills on a current hobby.
With all the tools you need to start, as well as expert demonstrations from our great guests.
Are you starting a new hobby this January? Share your new makes with us by tagging Jewellery Maker, Hobby Maker or Sewing Street using the hashtag NewYearNewHobby.
And watch us every day from 8 AM to 1 PM on Jewellery Maker.
On Hobby Maker, 6 to 8 AM and 1 to 6 PM.
And 8 AM till 1 PM on Sewing Street.
Hi, good morning everybody. Welcome to Sewing Street. It's great to have your company. I'm Stuart Hillard still. It's Wednesday all day. Happy hump day. Welcome. And also it's my first show of 2023. So I want to wish you all a very, very happy, fun-filled and sewing-filled new year. Let's do this. Let's do the early bird. Oh, this is yummy. This is yummy. Now, I've actually got two early birds for you from a brand, my goodness me, I know and love, Hoffman, California. Now, Hoffman, gosh, I started using fabrics, selling fabrics, visiting groups, things like that in the late 90s. And Hoffman then were a huge name in quilting fabrics. And they did Bali batiks. And oh my goodness, they are beautiful. These are the Hoffman Bali snaps. Now that's their name for their charm packs. And this first one is called Rainbow Sweets. Well, you know I'm going to love this, because it's my favourite colour. On the back, there is actually a code with all of the... Just have a look at these. This makes me very happy. And I love the fact that all the names are there as well. So if there was one in particular that you wanted, you know, more of, you could kind of look at it. I love what shaved ice, shamrock, sea holly, ocean aquatic, election day. I like that. Let me show you. So what you've got here are 40 5-inch squares, and they are all different. Every single one of these is different, and they are so beautiful. They are this, what they call watercolour, like a hand paint version of a batik. They are amazing, so beautiful. They are so fine. The cotton is beautiful. Look, you've got all your beautiful greens, you've got blues, turquoise, loads of lovely blues actually. They go into lilacs and purples. Oh, yummy. It's absolutely unctuous and delicious, isn't it? And then look, you've got vibrant magentas, hot reds. These are all different, every single one of them. You don't get a single repeat. They're all the oranges, the yellows, right through to pale lemon. That is absolutely stunning, isn't it? It's a bit of all right. It's a bit of all right. Not $16.99, not today. It's early bird. $14.99, $14.99. Brand new today, Rainbow Sweets. That's the first of our early birds. So I'm going to pop that to one side. Our second early bird is another Hoffman Barley Snap. This one is called Ambrosia. Now, I did say when I saw the early birds, Ambrosia and Rainbow Sweets sounds suspiciously like what I had for breakfast this morning. It's the kind of life I live. You know where the price is going, $14.99. Now then, it's still a rainbow, but this is like a sort of gorgeous saturated pastel rainbow. Look, oh, this might be my favourite. Look, these are the kind of softer tones. If I was to put these in other terms, I might say that the Rainbow Sweets is like Dragon's Breath, and the Ambrosia is like Unicorn Poop. You know the Tula Pink, where it's those lovely saturated pastels. Aren't they yummy? Absolutely gorgeous. Look at that. Oh, those are absolutely... Oh. There we go, look. Isn't that gorgeous? Absolutely beautiful. Really stunning, really stunning. $14.99 for those. Loads and loads of these in baskets. Now, remember you've got 40 5-inch squares. They don't have a pinked edge, which I rather like, because with the pinked edge, I'm always a little bit unsure about where to line up the ruler or the edge of the foot. Whereas with the straight edge, these are 5 inches square, and that's that. You know, so very easy to use. Beautiful for doing something like machine stitch cathedral window. You could, you can just literally sew them together, but it's really nice to sort of cut up and play around with. I'm going to have a little play with these. They're so yummy. They're so yummy. Just even if you pick one colourway, let me just show you the purples, the wisterias, the lilacs that you've got. I know. Aren't these stunning? And then I'm just going to grab these. This is beautiful, isn't it? Let me just tuck these in. You could mix and match both of them together. Absolutely beautiful. Look at that. Look at that. And I've still got all of these as well. Look. Still got all of these to go as well. I mean, look at all these beautiful... Look at that one. All these sea greens and turquoise, teal, peppermint, these gorgeous lime and leafy greens. And they transition so beautifully through. You could do something like a mini Bargello. You could do a trip around the world. That would be beautiful, wouldn't it, to do a trip around the world? So if you've not seen that before, so you would do something like this. Let me show you quickly. And what I would do, you see, because you haven't got repeats of anything. So what you would want to do there is, you see, so you start off with your centre, and then I might jump. Let's do blues and purples. So you have these going around next. So let me just... Oh, hang on, let me pop that there and that. Okay, and then I would grab a different colourway. So let's go maybe turquoise and greens, and then go around there. You get so much fabric in the bundle, it's absolutely brilliant. 40 of these 5-inch squares to play with. And I'm going off the table because there's so much here. Let me just shunt everything along very slightly. It's absolutely yummy, isn't it? And I'm going to keep going around the edge. Let's go a little bit. We're kind of going a little bit more into the turquoises now. Oh, that's yummy. And then what I would do is just fill in the corners now and square this up. So I've got some blues here to just square the corners. So I mean, literally, you could just use these straight out the packet and don't even cut into them. But I mean, you could, of course, cut into them and cut them smaller. You could put Bondaweb on the back, cut out a circle from each one. Actually, I'm going to keep that over here. You could cut a circle out of each one and then applique that to a background. Now that could be a soft grey or a black background. It could be a white or a cream background. You could do that too. And then let's just fill in the corners. I don't think with 40 you got quite enough, but you get the idea. I mean, it's stunning, isn't it? Absolutely beautiful. So gorgeous. Now, I've played with those so much, I'll probably have to keep those now, won't I? Don't you think? So yummy. Like I say, if you get both packs, then you've got a saturated rainbow and a pastel rainbow, and just think how yummy that would be to mix and match together. And you've got all of those then for less than £30. 80 5-inch squares and a full pastel rainbow, a full bright rainbow. Just lovely. Absolutely gorgeous. Right, so let me leave that to one side. Let's have a look at the website and see how you can get in touch. There it is. So just go to our website, www.sewingstreet.com, click on Watch Live, and then you'll be able to watch us there. You can send us a little message, yes please. Very nice. You can see our early bird. Remember, there are two options, rainbow or ambrosia. There we go. And then if you look down, you can see what's coming up on today's shows. So all the fabric, all the tools. We've got some amazing new kits from Kerrie from Living in Loveliness, some new panels. We've got some gorgeous new panels from Delphinr coming up as well. We've got some of my fabrics too. There they are. Lovely. Little bit of special something from me. We've also got my rainbow tote bag panel back in stock. I'll show you that in just a second. All sorts of lovely butch plaids. Do love a bit of butch plaid, plaid for the lads. Very nice. Some lovely thread collections from Kerrie as well. There they are. Beautiful. Have a look through there. If there's anything that you want to get in advance, have a look on the website. Now let's have a look at today's menu. We've got 8 a.m. Fabulous Fabrics. At 9 o'clock, Living in Loveliness, the new Strawflower Quilt with Kerrie. I'll show you that in just a second. At 10 o'clock, we've got the Winterfield's Cushion with Delphinr. And then at 11 o'clock, Kerrie's back with more Living in Loveliness Homeware collection, brand new projects and panels from her. At 12 o'clock, it's an Hour of Liberty. But, well, at 12:30, we've got Yarn Lane special, and we have got Stuart socks, and we have got some fabulous price crashes on a few of the bundles there. So stick around, stick around. Now, some bright good mornings to say. Laurie's got in touch to say morning, Stuart and team. Morning, Laurie. Have a great day with Kerrie and Delphinr. We've been having such a good old chat this morning already. Lots of fun today. Pat's got in touch. Morning, Stuart. Love you from Blackpool. Happy New Year to you, my darling. Claire's got in touch. Good morning, Stuart. And Happy New Year. Happy New Year, everybody. Pam has also got in touch to say Happy New Year, Stuart. And thank you and Happy New Year. You know, today's a bit of a special day. It's National Trivia Day. So I want you please to get in touch and tell me, what's your favourite random or fun fact? I love a bit of trivia. You know I do. Yeah, this is a good one. Yeah. So this is a nice bit of trivia from Ben, our director, producer rather, who says, back in the day at carnivals and fun fairs, they used to give out cigars as prizes, which has led on to the saying, it's good, but no cigar, which I think is quite an American phrase, isn't it? Okay, Charlie's fun fact, bit of trivia, is that the Eiffel Tower grows, is this true? The Eiffel Tower apparently grows 6 inches every summer. and then presumably shrinks back down again. Is it because the metal expands? Okay, there we go. Excellent. Oh, I'm glad I asked, aren't you? It's also National Spaghetti Day, which interests me far more. And also World Braille Day, which is fabulous. It is fabulous. All right, get in touch. Tell me your favourite bit of trivia. Come this way. Come on. La la la, la la la. Some fabulous fabric. Now, before I look at fabulous fabric, let me just talk to you about this quilt. It's the Strawflower Quilt from Kerrie, living in Loveliness. Isn't it beautiful? Absolutely stunning. And such a beautiful way to show off these Liberty fabrics. Now, this is one of the options that we've got in the hour. Can I just let you know already that the Liberty version is it? Oh. I'm going to keep that secret. I'm going to keep you in suspense. Check out on the website. There are 3 versions. The Liberty is one of them. The prices are amazing on these bundles, by the way. It's a gorgeous quilt, great size, lovely impactful quilt, great project for the new year. Kirsty's got in touch. Happy New Year, Stuart. Love your shirt. Thank you. You know what? If you build it, they will come. I'm doing summer shirt because I'm hoping this is going to make the sunshine. I give it my best shot. But thank you, Kirsty. All right, let's get stuck in. Now, we're going to start with some bundles of fabric from me. Let me grab Indigo Elements first of all. Now, just to let you know that I'm going to be doing some shows with Garden Maze pattern, and I'm going to use Indigo Elements. Garden Maze, you can see it on my website. It's lovely. It's like a sort of quarter log cabin quilt. And I'm going to do a version with Indigo Elements. So you might want to grab these while you can, actually. They're great prices as well. Let's start with ending 7/3. So this is, let me show you, 5 fat quarters, so 1.25 meters of fabric for £9.99. That's a good price, isn't it? Because remember, that's 1.25 meters, so we're actually talking about £7.49 a metre here for premium quality fabric. Not £7.49.5 metre, £7.49 a metre. Yeah, really good. So 5 fat quarters. Now, for less than £20, you can get 10 fat quarters, which is stonking value, isn't it? So that's fat quarter bundle A, if you like. Details are on screen. And then, so with that, you could do the 4-block wall hanging. But if you buy both versions, you could do a 3x3 9-block quilt, which would be about, I don't know, about 50 inches square off the top of my head. Let me show you this. You need a bit of solid as well, but I'll tell you on the day, a couple of meters of a white solid or a navy solid. So this is the second pack. Indigo Elements do work beautifully on their own. Absolutely lovely. You've got a couple of tie-dye effect, lovely little circle print, raindrops, love that, and little spots. Great fun to work with, nice and easy to work with as well, nice and fresh. But then look, so you've got those 5, but if I bring the other 5 in as well, so you've got the 10, and you see how well all of those fabrics work together. I would go with both. Well, I designed them to all work together, you see, so they will work absolutely beautifully together or apart. But 10 fat quarters for, that would be less than £20. So that's our only option today with Indigo Elements, the fat quarter bundles. Keep going through for those. Now, we've also got some Kyoto, and I'm going to grab the metre pack first of all, because this is just amazing value. Again, £7.49 a metre. Now, I've only got 8 of these bundles left, and once these are gone, that will be it. This will be completely finished now. Now, the actual original garden maze quilt that I'm going to bring to the show is made using Kyoto, which was a Japanese inspired range that I did. This is $89.99. Let me just tell you, you are getting 12 meters of fabric here. 12 meters, not half meters, full meters. So you're getting that for £7.49 a metre. And normally here at Sewing Street, our fabrics are around about £7.49 per half metre, but you're paying this for a full metre. So let me just show you. I know you know what a metre of fabric looks like, but sometimes we just need to remind ourselves that you're getting all of that for £7.49. I should have done that trick, shouldn't I? Did that work? I'm back. But £7.49 for that. So you're getting 12 pieces of fabric just like that, which is amazing. Did you have a little price comparison for me? Let me fold that back up. Oh, I'd never get a job working in the... Anyway, let me show you. So you've got the koi carp, you've got the beautiful water lilies and the water lily pads, you've got cherry blossom on jade, you've got that beautiful, love this one, the bamboo leaves on navy, stylized fans, you've got cherry blossom on orange, you've got cranes, you've got another favourite of mine, this stripe, this navy stripe. It's bamboo, but just love a stripe. You've got bamboo leaves on jade, scattered blossoms, and then you've got two feature prints. This is called rice bowls, and rice, here's the thing I don't think I've told you before. Rice is my absolute favourite food, just plain boiled rice. I don't mean I could sit and eat a big bowl of plain boiled rice, although actually, yum. But I could eat rice every single day. I absolutely love rice. We don't normally compare prices, but let me just show you this. These are all half meters. This is us. This is on our website. £7.99 for half a metre. This is what we sell fabric for. This is what quilt shops sell fabric for. £7.99. This is £7.49 a metre. So it's 50 pence less, but you get a metre instead of half. But yeah, this is Japanese rice bowls. So it's raining rice in the background. Hallelujah, it's raining rice. And then all the little rice bowls feature all the different prints from the collection. So they're all there. So this would be great to use as a feature fabric, a border. You could use this to make a bag with. I did a really nice shoulder bag using this fabric mixed with a few of the others. So again, you get a full metre. And let me just open this out and show you again what that metre looks like. And there it is. There, the numbers are dwindling quickly, so you will need to be quick. Best of luck with that one. Right, let me move on. I will pop this over here. Now then, I've also got two smaller bundles of Kyoto. I have got... Let's do carp first of all. So this one features 5 half meters. 5 half meters. So this fabric is 42 to 44 inches wide, so standard width. And you get half a metre of each one. So you get the carp, which has like kind of stylised waves in the background. If I open it out a little bit so you can see the background. So the background, there's loads of interest in there. It's almost like a sort of woodblock print. And then just little orange carp occasionally. I did a really nice cushion actually using this fabric, and I just teamed it with some navy fabric. Ever so easy to make. Bamboo leaves. You get the cherry blossom on orange, the cranes. Now here's a little interesting bit of trivia for you. Traditionally, babies are delivered by stork, aren't they? But if it's a really big baby, it gets delivered by crane. Did you get it? Delivered by crane. Oh, our director Charlie is just saying he was a very plump baby, plumptious baby. And his nana used to call him Marble because he was round and used to roll. Oh, and she still calls him Marble now. It's his nickname. That's the cutest, Charlie. That's adorable. You've shown your nana your biceps. Goodness me, you're not like a little marble at all. Beautiful. Beautiful. All right, so that's carp. And then we've also got blossom, which features the sort of greens and jades. Again, 5 half meters for $24.99. Let me show you these. So you've got the water lilies, the scattered blossoms, the stylized fans, 8 of these left now. You've also got the bamboo on jade, and you've also got the cherry blossom on jade. That's a pretty colourway, isn't it? More of these in baskets than we've got available. Now, of course, these would work beautifully for my garden maze quilt as well. 5 half meters is probably going to give you enough to make about... yeah, you could probably again do like 9 blocks, do a 9-block quilt using these. You could probably get 9 and plus a cushion maybe as well out of that. So yeah, lovely. All right, get those in stock now, ready for the show in a week or two's time. I can't remember exactly when we're doing it, but it's in January. Definitely. Okay, let's move on. Let's go rainbow. Let's do rainbow. Let's go big rainbow. So I've got a big bundle of rainbow fabrics here. Now this was a manager's special. It's an amazing price too, $145.53. You're getting so much fabric here. You're actually getting 48 half meter cuts. 48 half meter cuts. So if that having a chunk of everything really appeals to you, go for it. This is absolutely stunning. Yes, Garden Maze. That's the one. The 9th. Monday the 9th. That's what I'm doing, Garden Maze. Monday the 9th. So you've got all these beautiful oranges. Oh gosh, look at that. It's all like sort of lovely lipstick shades, isn't it? Beautiful. Beautiful. Right, I've done the lipstick shades. Now I need to do the foundation. So we've got all these beautiful, oh, that's perhaps not. That's me. Perfect peach. Golden tan. No, so you've got all these lovely neutral tones and peachy, white, tans, creams. Fab. You've got some golden yellows, some sunshine. Love that. I do love gold. And then, of course, lots of lovely greens. Beautiful. See, that's a lovely one. That's actually called blue, but I mean, it's green. Sorry. Look at all these. Oh, there's so much. On and on and on. And then, oh my goodness me, wait till you see all the blues that you're getting. and you're getting 1/2 metre of every single one of these. Now just imagine having a stash so well stocked that you've literally got every colour of the rainbow and more besides. Oh. Yeah, you know, you can't go wrong. You can't go wrong. If you've got all of those colours in your stash, you're always going to have the perfect colour to go with whatever project you're doing. It doesn't matter whether you're going for traditional, modern, Kaffe, Tula, My Fabrics, whatever you choose, Dan Morris. Just gorgeous. So much beautiful fabric there. Maybe this year is a new year for you for quilting. Maybe you've just started and you're stocking up your stash. A well-stocked stash is absolutely worth its weight in gold. Now, can I just suggest, if you are going for this, get yourself a set of comic boards and wrap. You get 100 comic boards, wrap these around your comic boards and stock your shelves. Can you imagine walking into your sewing room and you've got all your shelves filled with a rainbow of colour? So inspiring. That is going to get your mouth watering every time you go into your sewing room and make you want to sew. So if you've lost your Sojo, what a way to get it back. What a way to get it back. Whoa, absolutely gorgeous. Let's just grab all of these fabrics together. Look at the web image. Isn't that fab? It's huge. 48.5 metres. And there they are. Yummy, yummy, yummy. Absolutely gorgeous. Incredible value as well. Absolutely incredible value. All right, let me pop that to one side. Now, little baby rainbow. Little baby rainbow. A mini rainbow. You've got 3.5 metres here. So 7 different options. Come on, sing with me. Red and yellow and pink and blue, orange and purple and blue, green. I always found it a bit strange. I can sing a rainbow, but I get it now. Let me just pop these in little traditional rainbow order. Oh, yummy, yummy, yummy. Rather lovely, rather lovely. And I like the addition of pink. Pink, red, orange, yellow, green, blue and purple. Absolutely lovely. And I would just throw in some white. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. And so lovely to have in your stash as well. Make a great children's quilt with that, something bright and breezy. Little rainbow. Little rainbow. Love it. Now then, can I just grab my rainbow tote panel? Now, do we have a picture of the finished quilt, please? I've certainly got pictures on my Instagram. This is actually the very first bag panel I did for Sewing Street. And I know that lots of you missed out. This was the Socialite tote bag. So let me show you. So front outer pocket features the Socialite, that's me, sewing machine with a rainbow wreath of flowers around it. So this is your outer pocket, 2 big ways in either side. Your back pocket, or your front pocket, you decide, also has the Socialite logo. It's a bit like a sort of a tattoo theme. You've got the swallows, you've got all those gorgeous rainbow reels of cotton and buttons, and your big pair of scissors there. So that could go on the front. So again, you've got your front and your back outer pockets, and now they then sit on this rainbow stripe, so they will be on top. The pockets will sit sort of here. So this is your background, all these beautiful rainbow stripes. And I was actually inspired by Missoni. Missoni do a rainbow stripe not dissimilar to this, which I thought was rather beautiful. So that's your front and back. You've got all of your fabrics for your straps. So they're rainbow and black straps. You've got tabs, you've got key fobs, you've got labels. You've got binding strips to bind the edges of your pockets with. You've got a bit of extra fabric there as well. You've also got all this fabric here to make an internal pocket, or you could make an extra little purse with those. I'll show you an image of the actual finished bag as well. There it is. So you can see those lovely stripes, the way they sit behind the pockets. Instruction-wise, everything's printed on the panel. So you don't have to buy a pattern to go with this. It's all there. Everything's there. And if you haven't seen my Instagram, by the way, it's Stuart Hillard Makes. Just make sure Stuart with a U-A. Stuart Hillard Makes. And you'll be able to see that bag in all its glory. $19.99 for that panel. All right, that will sell out very quickly, I'm sure. Now then, the Artist's Collection. This is lovely, I like this. 3.5 meters of fabric featuring some of my favourite artists. We've got Gustav Klimt. I was only talking about this the other day. Gustav Klimt, The Kiss. Absolutely beautiful. That would make the most gorgeous bag, wouldn't it? Or you could use it as the border for a quilt, a little bit of piecing. This next one is Van Gogh. Oh, that's stunning. Now I can hear Starry, Starry Night. What's his name? Oh, tip of my tongue. Don McLean. Love that song. And then Monet, Water Lilies. Absolutely beautiful. Are you kidding me? Is that $11.99 for 3.5 meters? Wow. Wow. Now, these are the sort of... I love going to the V&A in London. It's my favourite place to go and hang out and get a bit of inspiration. And I love the gift shop there. Now, if I was to go in that gift shop and buy a Monet tote bag, which you could make from 1/2 metre, I think I'd be expecting to pay at least £25 for that, plus. Yeah. Or if I saw a Van Gogh bag in there, maybe an over-the-shoulder messenger bag with lovely metalware on it, I'd probably expect to pay about £40 for that. And then if I saw something like a tablet cover, opened out, some nice pockets, maybe a little strap, little wrist strap, something like that, about £30. I wouldn't expect to get any change out of about £100 for buying those 3 items. All these fabrics for $11.99. If you make and sell, how many do we have left? 13 left, 24 in baskets. Somebody get me a calculator. $11.99, amazing. It's going to sell out, amazing. Now this is a prime example of when you've got that rainbow bundle, because you would want to add linings to those bags. You would want to add little straps or little piping in between the seams or a binding around the edge, something like that. And if you've got those solids, rainbow solids, you could pull the right solid for any of these, couldn't you? Okay, I'll leave that with you. Way more in baskets than we've got. Now, let's go home. Little home section. I've got 3. Lots of fabric here I want to show you. We'll start with Tilda. This is Tilda, this is My Neighbourhood. Now, this is the coordinating colours. I'm just going to open this up and show you these. They are really cute. My fingers won't work. I'm just going to take that off. There we go. Look at that. What a brute. So these are, you get 6 fat quarters. And this is from, it's called My Neighbourhood. You've got that gorgeous purple, a fresh leaf green. You have got a soft aqua. That's really pretty. A lovely denim blue. You've got mustard gold. And rust. Rust. High in fat, low in fat. Rust. Gorgeous, aren't they beautiful? And these coordinate perfectly with the last range from Tilda. However, let me just show you. I mean, they're just gorgeous fabrics in their own right. Gorgeous. Absolutely lovely. That's where I live. That's where, yeah, that's it. Good. Really cute. Yeah, all the same print. And you get those 6 different colours. Beautiful. Really like those. I used those a lot when I was doing the sample making, the backs of cushions, borders, things like that. Now this next range is from Poppy Cotton. And this is called House and Home. Do you see the theme? You get 11 fat quarters in this range. This is ever so cute. Be really nice for spring or Easter. You've got little rabbits, cottages, vegetables. Oh, that's very cute in the blue. This would make an adorable children's quilt, wouldn't it? And you've got that lovely robin egg blue. Let's have a little saving. Yes, please. Yeah. I like that. Thank you. Some little florals. Love Poppy Cotton. I think they do some really beautiful designs. This is nice with the soft black background. Isn't that lovely? It's got shades of Lynette Anderson for me. Or Hatched and Patched. It's got that lovely sort of simple, country, naive look. Pretty little florals. And then these are lovely too. Also, I think actually it's quite, at first sight, I said, oh, is that a new range from Lewis and Irene? Yeah. It has got a bit of a look, hasn't it? And then this lovely floral to finish. I think those are stunning. Really nice. 11 fat quarters, 34.45. Now the last thing in my home range is this Moda Make Time, and love this. Little cross stitch houses and scissors and hearts, ever so pretty. These again are fat quarters, and in total you're getting 10 of these. So that's the equivalent of 2.5 meters for 37.45. Pretty, yeah, really lovely. Lovely soft palette, and again pretty. Be very, very nice to make a children or a baby's quilt, and nicely sort of non-gendered as well, because you've got those little cross stitch elements, you've got pins, you've got stripes. You've got little pairs of scissors. It's all rather lovely, but would also be very, very nice to do a bit of a sewing room makeover. So if your New Year resolution is, let's make my sewing space tidier, more appealing, fresher, yeah? You could make yourself a few little bits here. Yeah, tidying doesn't just have to mean tidying, does it? I think it should start with a sewing project. You could maybe make some tubs and baskets and boxes, fabric baskets to store your fabrics in. Really nice. Okay, right, that's that. Now, next up we've got some blenders. I've got 2 blender bundles. I'm going to show you this one first. This is all blenders. Yeah. Right. This is called, we've got two bundles. One's called Shaken, one's called Stirred. This one's called Shaken. So these are a mottle. They look very similar to that sort of modern marble or grunge sort of look. Love these. Or if you like batiks, these have a great sort of synergy with batiks. Really nice. Love that bright magenta. And then you've got that black as well for £25.93. That's amazing price. 3.5 meters, 3.5 meters of that. So what does that make this per meter? 25.93 divided by 3.5. £7.40 a metre. £7.40 a metre. That's fantastic. It's absolutely fantastic. If you went into a quilt shop and bought Moda marbles or grunge, you would be paying between £12.99 and £14.99 a metre. And this has got absolutely that sort of same look. It is beautiful for less than, is it £7.49? £7.49 a metre. That's awesome. Get stocked up while you can. That is brilliant. Brilliant value. So that is Shaken. We've also got Stirred. Different bundle. Now, yeah, this one is different. And some of these fabrics a bit more of a definite kind of marble or pattern to, like this. Look at that. That's almost like wet plaster, isn't it? Pretty. Let me pop that to one side. So let's go. We've got some pinks. Great, yeah, great value. Great value. You've got your yellow. Oh, this is a nice colour. I like that. Look at that really deep burgundy, isn't it? This is £39.93. Oh, little price reduction. Yes, please. We'll take that. We'll take that. And that grey. Lovely. That is £34.93. Well done, Ben. Nice little price reduction there. Thank you. Becky Alexander Frost's messaged in. Morning, Stuart and team, and a Happy New Year. Becky, Happy New Year to you. Look forward to seeing you. Right, next up. Oh, yeah. Right. This is a fun one. Now, if you're having dry January, I don't know. Come and have a look. We've got wine barrels on a burgundy background and on a cream and mottled background. Let's see what we've got there. We've got Muscat, Pinot Noir, Pinot Gris, Syrah. We've got Cabernet, Petit Syrah, very nice. Cabernet Sauvignon. We've got Zinfandel, Pinot Noir, very nice. Chablis, Sangiovese, very nice. Chardonnay. Do you like a bit of cheeky Chardonnay? Very nice. Very nice. I actually taught a girl called Chardonnay. Yeah. I taught somebody called Chardonnay. Malbec. Now that's my favourite. And I must have mentioned that so many times because at Christmas I got 2 bottles of Malbec as presents, which was lovely. So I've obviously said it often enough. Now these would be lovely to make things like wine bags, you know, gift bags would be cool made out of this. You could also do, I actually bought one. Here's a little idea for you. Okay, here's a little idea. So I bought one of these, but you could make one of these. Right, use this. You want to make something about, I don't know, about so wide. So about 6 or 7 inches wide. and it needs to be long enough to go around a wine bottle plus a bit extra on, okay? And then you want either some Velcro inside so you can make it into a ring, okay? And then what you need to do is some padding, divide it up into 3 pockets, and then put you know, something like rice or split peas, not pellets, because what you're going to do then is you're going to put that either in the microwave to, so you know, red wine that's too cold that you want to warm up, so you make a little jacket to go around the bottle to warm it, or you could pop that in the freezer, and then if you've got wine that needs chilling down quickly, you could put that collar onto the bottle of wine. So you could make one for hot, one for cold. There you go. Is that all right for a little free idea? You're welcome. Right, okay. Next up, a couple of more colour bundles. Let's do the blue one first. This is nice little solids bundle. Got 3 of these left. These have been ever so popular. Sort of seaside, coast and country. I'm going to call this bundle coast and the other bundle country. There we go. So coast first of all. This is lovely and amazing value. You're getting 5 half meters for £14.95. So you've got your 3 blues and you're getting your 2 sand colours. That's lovely. Only 3 bundles available though. Morning to Carol, by the way. Carol's got in touch. Morning, lovely. How was Christmas and New Year? Hope you're well. Kirsty says, I never do dry January. Huzzah, good for you. Me neither, as it's my birthday month. I love a girl who has a birthday month, same as me. Okay, my birthday is on the 7th, but it lasts the whole month. You do right, you do right. As soon as I hit 40, I was like, from now, I had a week before then, up to 40. And then from 40 onwards, now I get a month. And that's it, you know, let's celebrate, let's celebrate. So February is my month. So Kirsty, you have January. And I'll take over from you on the 1st of Feb. Right, so that's the blue, so that's coast. Now let's have a look at country. So here, gorgeous greens. You've got that really deep spruce. Oh, that's lovely. I like that. Lovely fresh Kelly green. A sort of peppermint. And then 2 shades of yellow. Pretty, isn't it? Sunshine, very nice. Oh, and that's lovely. That buttercup, my goodness. That's lovely. Again, 5 half meters for £14.95. That's great. Beautiful. Oh, Jill says January the 9th is my birth too. All right, you can have January. Make sure you take the whole month though. I don't want any of this just celebrating for one day. It's your birthday. Have the month. Have the whole month. I do. Now then, I got a couple of pretty small bundles, Dan Morris bundles. Can we do this one first? The blues. Absolutely love this fabric. That is stunning. Absolutely stunning. So you get half a metre of that. You get 4 half metres in this bundle, by the way. You get half a metre of the dragonflies. Yummy. Then you get this abstract dot. Oh, that is lush. Love that. They look like batiks, but they're not. They're digital prints. And then, just to pull the whole thing together, you get half a metre of this yellow. And if I just peel these back now and show you. Oh, look at that. That is lovely, isn't it? I would definitely do something like my Weekend Warrior bag using that. Really nice to use that yellow as like sort of pocket bindings or linings where you just see a little bit peeping out. That is gorgeous. £22.99, what a bargain. That is a bargain. Carol says, morning Stuart and all, I will share February with you, but only take a week off work every year. You only take a week off work every year? For your birthday? Well, party hard for a week and then just sort of gentler celebrations for the rest of the month. Gosh, Carol, I thought for a moment you were saying you only celebrate your birthday for a week. I was going to have to come round. That wouldn't do. We'll share February. Lots of great people are born in February. My mum's birthday is in February too. Yeah. Date of my birthday is the 3rd of February. 3rd of February. I always used to, I don't know if this is good or not, Sheila Mercer, who played Annie Wilkes in Emmerdale. Do you remember? Not Annie Wilkes, Annie Sugden in Emmerdale Farm, when it was Emmerdale Farm. Her birthday was the 3rd of February. Random. By the way, I'm very disappointed. Where's the trivia, folks? Come on, where's your fun fact? I want to know your fun bit of trivia. Come on, I know you won't let me down. Oh, beautiful. And then your contrast to those 3 digital prints is your solid black. And again, whoa, that is beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. Beautiful, beautiful. Reminds our Ben of the fireworks for New Year's Eve in London. They were spectacular, weren't they? I like watching them on TV with the sound down. Yeah. Right. We've got lots of fabrics by the half metre, but no real time to show them all. I'm just going to show you a couple of my favourites. Ending 37. This is spectacular. Absolutely beautiful. £5.24 for half a metre. You're kidding me? Amazing. Carol says I'm showing my age. Is that remembering Emmerdale Farm? Oh, I used to love Emmerdale Farm. Mr. Wilkes. No, thank you, Mr. Wilkes. Loved those two in the pub. Amos Brearley and Mr. Wilkes. Did he actually have a first name or not? Who knows? And yeah. Oh, it was lovely, wasn't it? And this one. 01. Amazing price again. £5.24 per half metre. Brilliant, isn't it? Fiona's got in touch. Morning, Slim Jim. Was Freddie Parrotface Davis in Harry Potter? What? Oh, I want that to be a random fact. I remember Freddie Parrotface Davis with his hat pulled down. I only mentioned him the other day. Charlie put a hat on and I said to him, oh, you look just like Freddie Parrotface Davis. He wasn't impressed. I'm not sure. Marie says, I'm an aquarium too. Stuart, good morning, lovely boy. Morning, my darling. Margaret says, I thought I was being extravagant this year and having a full week off as it's a milestone birthday for me on the 10th of January. Happy birthday, my darling. As previously, I only took the day off work. Oh, no, you do right, Margaret. Have the week off. Have the week off, love. Treat yourself. Treat yourself. Beautiful. We're going to go to a break. Check out on your early birds, won't you? Hi, I'm Stuart Hillard. I am so excited to launch this brand new quilt kit. It's the William Morris River Wandle quilt, and it launches here on Sewing Street on Thursday, the 5th of January. I hope you'll be able to join me. It's a glorious quilt, 82.5 inches square, featuring these beautiful soft rose pinks and vibrant cobalt blues. Join me on Thursday, the 5th of January, here on Sewing Street for the brand new launch of this gorgeous William Morris quilt. I'll see you there.
Hello everyone, I'm Delphinr Brooks. I've been part of the Sewing Street family now for over a year and it's been the most incredible journey so far. Some of you may already know that I like all things sewing, anything from quilting, to toy making, needle felting, and of course applique, which is my favourite. The best thing about being part of the show is being able to share with you my imagination and bringing you new ideas and new designs and patterns, and seeing how you interpret those designs and make your own work, and then sharing your images of those is the most rewarding part for me. I'm currently working on lots of new ideas and exciting projects that I cannot wait to bring to the show and share with you all. But in the meantime, take care everyone and happy sewing.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33. Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media, and pick up some top tips from us too.
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Just watched Emily in Paris.
Hello you, welcome back. I was just sharing a bit of trivia with Kerrie. It's Kerrie, everybody, from Living in Loveliness.
Good
Hello
morning.
you.
Hello you, how are you?
You've told me not to ask you.
So you're
about
going to
trivia.
anyway?
No, because it is also World Spaghetti Day.
It's World Spaghetti Day, yes.
Do you like a bit of spag bol?
I do like a spag bol, and I did tell you I had a lovely story to tell you about. I'm going to tell everybody now how good I am at cooking.
Okay.
So, when Craig was in the army, the thing that everybody cooked was spaghetti bolognese. It literally, if you got invited to anybody's house, everybody did spaghetti bolognese, and it was my turn.
Yeah.
And I was mixing it all up, you know, seeing to the kids, tidying the house, thinking, I am on fire today. I've done that in record-breaking time. I was stirring it around, thinking, what have I forgotten? It's a bit runny. I've forgotten something, couldn't work it out. When all the lads came down to sit and eat my lovely spaghetti bolognese, the first lad went, where's the mince? So that's
in the fridge.
So I remembered the spaghetti, I just forgot the mince. So needless to say, we didn't get asked to host.
Went down like a lead balloon, I presume.
Yes.
Lovely.
Sauce
Lovely.
and spaghetti they got for me from that day.
Beautiful, beautiful. Vegetarian wasn't your intention. Anyway, it's Kerrie, everybody, from Living in Loveliness. Now, we've got the most gorgeous project from Kerrie in this hour. It's called the Strawflower Quilt, And the Liberty version is hanging behind, Kerrie. I love it. We've got 3 different versions to share with you. This is the Liberty version. So let's start with that. Now then, of course, as always, your project comes in all beautifully wrapped up. So if you're gifting, kind of job done. Anything that saves me from wrapping. Inside there, you've got all of your fabrics and your pattern. You don't need to add anything at all to make the quilt top. And is this enough to bind as well,
It's enough to
Kerrie?
bind as well.
Amazing value at £69.99. And these are all Liberty fabrics. Now, Kerrie and I were discussing earlier on this morning about just how expensive now Liberty fabrics are becoming. This isn't expensive at all. You've really, really kept the price down on this. You've got all these beautiful fabrics from Liberty. I'm ruining your packaging, I'm afraid, but I want to show you all these lovely fabrics.
Is it making you feel really in the good, though, to do? It's always nice to open it up and have a good look.
Oh, I think it is. Beautiful. So there's no solids in here, tone on toes. It's all beautiful Liberty fabric. That's stunning, isn't it? I love that one. Is that Wiltshire? No, that's Emily Bell, isn't it?
It's gorgeous.
Emily
I love
Bell's
that
gorgeous.
print.
Really beautiful. Oh, that's a pretty floral. So you get all of this Liberty fabric, £69.99. And actually, Kerrie, we're not stopping there.
It is January.
£59.99 for Liberty. You're kidding me? Grab it. Grab it while you can. And you get your pattern. Beginner friendly?
Definitely beginner friendly. This is a lovely, easy block to construct. And you've got some nice diagrams in there as well to make
loads of helpful diagrams. What size is the finished quilt, Kerrie?
Oh, I actually can't remember. Do you want to just have a look on the back for me?
Yeah, definitely. It is 42 inches square. Beautiful. So that's a really good size as well for quilting as well. Very doable.
Definitely
at home.
very doable.
42 inches square, and a lovely lap quilt, lovely wall hanging, lovely thing to throw over the bed. Absolutely beautiful and stonking value at £59.99. Well done, that's great. Grand. So that is your Liberty version. We've got a William Morris version. William Morris. So here, now this is using the Wandle River collection. Is that right? Wandle. This was launched on Christmas Day, wasn't it? This is gorgeous. Love the colourway.
I'm always drawn to blues and beige. Beautiful. That's spectacular.
That is a gorgeous one, isn't it? You've got some solid in here to make all these big patterns work. That goes beautifully. That's stunning. Nice. Like that combination. Oh, that's a favourite. That is beautiful. So soft and restful, isn't it? This would work beautifully in a bedroom, I think.
Yeah. I'm loving that.
Oh, yeah, that is stunning. For £49.99. Plus your pattern, of course. So that should be £9.99, right? So all of that, £40. Your quilt kit, £40. That's amazing. Absolutely amazing. Sue, you've made me laugh. Sue's messaged on Facebook. Morning all, work avoidance is going well.
I think that's what I was doing this morning, to be honest. I've just floated around, had lots of cup of teas, lots of
busy,
chatting.
but not really. Yeah. Mostly chatting.
They're the mornings we love.
Mostly chatting. I love it too. Next up, we've got our Cafe version. This is spectacular. Look at this. Wow.
I have loved making this up. I'm loving these colours.
Really beautiful. Really beautiful. I'll keep that one out for a second. This stripe is my absolute favourite. I adore that. You've got this amazing magenta solid. That is stunning. And then look to cut through all of that and provide that beautiful contrast. Look at that. That is beautiful. Again, £49.99. I can't believe the price. That is amazing. Plus you get your pattern as well included for the money. Brilliant. Brilliant. Now, if you'd like the pattern on its own, you can get the pattern on its own. I'm going to grab that up next. Here it is. It is $9.99. You get full instructions in there. Another great pattern from Kerrie. All of your cutting instructions, your fabric requirements, how to sew the blocks together, how to arrange them into the quilt, how to add your borders on. Really lovely. Oh gosh, it goes on. There's loads in here.
It's a bit like a conversation with me. I'll go on and on. Before you say it,
Well,
Stuart.
I won't lie, but I mean, that's a good thing. It's a good thing. That's brilliant. We want you in our home, standing next to us at our sewing room, in our, you know, when we're sewing, don't we? To know exactly what to do, have that guidance. Right, let's go straight on to demo. Show me what you got.
Shall we have a little look?
Let's have a
so
little
what
play.
I've done is I've already put 2 of the blocks together to show you how easy this is to come together. This is definitely a beginner-friendly project. So the first thing to do is to lay those fabrics out. So for this particular quilt, the magenta, you've got more of that colour for your, I mean, look at this, it's just fabulous, isn't it, with the stripes. So this is the one that's really going to be prominent using on your sashing as well. So let's see just how simple this is to pop these together. So what we're going to do first of all is we'll just do these half square triangles and sew these together. So pattern facing, we've already cut these down into the triangles, and we'll sew across these just using your 1/4 inch seam allowance.
So you cut your triangles out
Yes.
and sew 2 triangles together.
That's right, for this
I like
particular
that method.
one. Oh, we'd certainly do. We like easy. And this is a lovely block, and it comes together really quickly. So if we do those, and then I've got my glamorous assistant to do the pressing
Look, I'm
for me.
chomping at the bit. I'm already next to the ironing board. I know my role now. We've established the pecking order.
I love it that I've got you there to help me with the pressing.
Yeah, no, it's all good. I like it too. So 1/4 inch seam.
1/4 inch seam on here.
Bit of chain piecing. I don't come with the pattern, by the way. I just want to put it out there. I did have offers last week of cake, biscuits, things like that.
Yeah.
I can't be bought, Kerrie. I can
you
actually.
can't.
No, I can't.
Well, I could definitely not offer you any cake that I've made. But
no.
my
well, after your
daughter's...
story about your bolognese, I
well,
think
yes,
I'll
I know.
pass, yeah.
And it hasn't got much better, to be honest, so...
I made 2 really lovely fruit cakes and forgot to put the eggs in.
Oh, did you?
Yeah. Now, it was fortunate, Kerrie, because actually a fruit cake, like a really rich fruit cake, doesn't need to rise particularly, and it did all hold together, thankfully. Yeah. I got to the end, I baked them,
and wondered
then
what
I thought,
happened.
who's left the eggs out? And then I thought,
That'll be me.
Eggs. What's a donkey?
Well, again, I can tell you another one, and I'm sure I've told this story before. We used to do a lot of Easter parties for, you know, our children.
Yep.
We're a big family, nieces, nephews, and we'd do lots of crafts. And one year I thought, let's take it a step further. Let's do some baking and some cake decorating. So I made it as easy as I could. I bought, you know, one of these little box ingredients, thinking, you know, that'll be really easy. You simply have to add an egg. That's it. That's all you have to do, add an egg. So I put the egg in, whisked it up, was happy with that, went out to the garden to dress the garden, came back in, you know, however long it was later, and wondered why the cakes were like this big
like
in the cases, like worse than a biscuit, and black. And I thought, oh gosh, you know, everybody's going to be here in a moment, was getting a bit flustered. And my mother-in-law said, just leave it with me, you go and do what you've got to do and I'll sort it out. And of course, when I went back into the kitchen, there was these beautiful little cupcakes ready for decorating. And I said, well, what did I do wrong? And she said, you put the egg in the icing rather than the mix. I mean, it was really simple and I messed that up. And I think really that was when maybe Honey was about 6, and I've not bothered since. Honey does all the baking in our house. And it's my mum's birthday today, actually.
Oh, happy birthday, Kerrie's mum.
And so Honey made her a beautiful cake yesterday.
Oh.
And it was delicious, and it was edible, unlike mine. So while
I'm not much of a baker.
No. You can't be good at everything. That's my excuse. Right, so the next thing we're going to do is we've got all the pieces cut for that centre square. All we're going to do now is work on one side of the triangle. So we'll just line up the fabrics into the corner and we'll pin those just for ease.
William Morris is in the lead.
Oh, I'm loving the William Morris.
Yeah, William Morris is beautiful. It's so restful and gentle, isn't it?
Yeah. So again, just a nice 1/4 inch there.
So you line up your top corners, but you've got a little overhang at the
That's
bottom,
right.
that little tip of the triangle.
And as you're coming off there, that will be your 1/4 inch anyway.
Okay. And then do you leave that or do you press that next?
So if you could press that for me, but I'd
Yep.
like you to press the seams towards the magenta, towards that
the
middle square there
no
for
problem at all. No problem at all.
I thought I'd like
Man
some of
ironing.
those. A real good press, that
Okay.
was. Now, did I bring a rotary
Oh,
cutter in
hello.
with me?
Good morning, Kerrie and Stuart. Love the quilt. Please read my message, Mrs. P. Of course I will. Is it on here, Mrs. P? Oh, is this Claire? Is it Claire P? I call my sewing my housework avoidance scheme. I like it. I like it. Hillary's got in touch too. Morning, gorgeous Stuart and Kerrie. Definitely a day for staying in and watching Sewing Street all morning. Oh, I couldn't agree more. It's
I'm with
miserable
that one.
outside, isn't it?
It
Good morning,
definitely
Stuart and
is.
Kerrie. We all have our strengths, Kerrie. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Lol, Nora.
Was that Nora, did you say?
Yeah.
I'm with Nora on this one. I have to say I'm with Nora. It's definitely not a strength for me. So because we're creating that half triangle there, we're simply going to bring the next one up, line this over the top, and you'll see that these cross over here at the intersection. And then we'll just sew along there as well.
William Morris now is in danger. There's more in baskets than we've got stock of. If you want the William Morris option, you will need to check out your basket right now. Otherwise, you're going to miss out. I love this block, by the way. It is gorgeous. And I love the way you've added this big triangle, the rectangle. It's spectacular.
It's just really nice to have. I have to say that it really was, when I was putting the fabrics together, the Liberty print, because I originally made it, that, you know, I just felt that needed showcases. And of course with the cave as well, it's just absolutely spectacular, isn't it?
Now this triangle, can it go the seam allowance towards the triangle, or do you want it again towards the square?
Towards the square, and then
So
that brings
down
that seam
way.
in line.
Gotcha, gotcha.
And normally I'd square these up using the ruler and the rotary cutter, but I'm just going to take these.
Oh yeah, just to
little
take the dog ears off.
Yeah.
And
the quilt really is made up of 4 of these blocks, so you're repeating yourself. I do like a quilt where you've got that repeat in this. So we'll place this out.
Borrow the scissors, please.
Of course you can,
I'm going
darling.
to take the dog ear off there as well, just to reduce bulk.
So what we'll do now is to just sew these 3 together. Just look at your diagram in the pattern booklet and check that they're all the right way, and then we'll sew this row together. So just bringing these on top of each other.
Whoa, look at that. That lines up perfectly. We did a good job.
It was the sewing and the pressing. We make a great team.
Every stage is important, isn't it?
Oh gosh, yeah, absolutely.
Every stage is important. If you're not getting the accuracy that you want, look at every stage.
Yeah.
Because everyone assumes it's their seam allowance that's off, but you might be cutting too skinny or too generous. You might not be pressing really flat.
I think a lot of it is in the pressing, you know. And, you know, sometimes you think, oh, can I just get away with that?
Yeah. Yeah. Do you want me to pin these 2 together for you?
If you wouldn't mind.
I'm expanding my role, Kerrie. It's my New Year resolution.
Promotion.
Expand role.
It's only the 4th of January and you've had your first promotion.
I
I love
know.
this.
Do you go with pin with the seam allowance or against it? This
I
way
normally
or
push
that
my
way?
pins towards
Fine.
it, yeah.
Whatever you want, you got.
Thank you.
You the boss.
Only for the next half an hour.
Just for the next half hour, Kerrie. Yeah. Who's the boss at work? Controversial.
Wow. Definitely Craig.
Is it?
Yeah. Yeah. He would say the other way.
Would he? Delusional.
I'm happy for him to take that role.
Yeah.
I'm quite happy to be bossed around and told what to do.
He's a good boss.
He's a very good boss.
Yeah.
He's a very good boss.
Charlie's the boss at work.
You're the boss at home.
He always says I'm the boss at home.
Would he be right?
I suppose the thing is, at home, what he was referring to
Could you press
is
that down
any way in particular?
Just downwards, please.
Towards the purple.
That's it,
yeah.
please. Yeah.
I think what he means is like in the kitchen when dinner's getting together.
Yeah.
Because I'm the one that's kind of organised with the timings and when things come out the oven. So only in that sense, I think. We don't really have a boss. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think we're quite democratic. Mrs. Mills is the boss. She was throwing her weight around the other day. I tried to do a little post for Instagram, wish everyone Happy New Year, and all you can hear is what sounds like a newborn baby screaming in the background.
Correcting or telling you.
Oh, just like, why are you talking to them? Talk to me instead. There we go.
Thank you very much. And there we go. We'll give that a
Ooh,
press, and
nice.
this time press towards
the piece.
That's
yeah.
it.
These are gorgeous fabrics,
They just
aren't
look,
they?
I just absolutely look, especially because, you know, we do a lot of Christmas projects, a lot of Christmas kits, and I was definitely doing some last minute Christmas sewing, you know, it's just, oh yeah. Definitely to, you know, tie things down. I thought I was a little bit more organised than I was, but of course I wasn't.
Right.
So it's just so nice to be working with such vibrant, beautiful fabrics, you know.
Lovely.
I think just vibrant fabrics and colour in general just changes your, you know, the whole day, your mood about things as well.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's very emotional, isn't it?
Yes.
Colour.
Yeah, definitely.
For me, for you.
No, it definitely is for me. You know, it really is. I mean, there's especially for me, after Christmas, I like to hit the ground with some nice bright colours. Wakes you back up from the restful Christmas period, I believe. So, can I have those scissors,
Can I just
please?
ask, does that need to be turned around? If it needs to be like that one, does that need to go that way?
That's right. Well done.
So that triangle, so you've got 3 triangles going across.
That's right. Thank you very much. Can I just borrow those scissors, my love?
Yeah.
They look great, don't they?
They do. It's amazing.
I'm loving the stripe, actually.
The stripe is gorgeous, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's amazing, actually, when you look at how different the pattern looks in Liberty, in William Morris, in Kaffe. It's a sign of a good pattern, I think.
I think it's quite nice, actually. I mean, I, like yourself, enjoy doing workshops and things, and it's quite nice when you just see the change of fabric, how it completely transforms a project.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Are you going to make a third block and do all 4?
Yeah, I think if we've got
Awesome.
time to.
Yeah, we've got time. Yeah.
It'll be nice to see it come together.
It certainly would. It certainly would. Oh, Karen's got in touch. Morning, Stuart and Kerrie. My late brother, Carl, was born on the 3rd of February. Same birthday as me. Oh. Love the show and love Emmerdale too, Karen. Oh. Oh, well, now I know I share my birthday with your brother Carl and with Sheila Mercer, who used to play Annie Sugden on Emmerdale Farm.
Oh, I haven't watched that for such a long time.
Well, is there anybody else in the whole world who was born on the 3rd of February? Warwick Davis. Oh.
Who's Warwick Davis? Is he out of CSI?
Well, I don't know. I know him from Harry Potter.
Yeah.
He plays one of the professors. I'm trying to think of anything else that he's been in.
I've probably got the completely wrong person.
We'll find out what role he plays, but it's really awesome. Yeah, really cool. Anybody else on the 3rd of February? I want to know. What's your birthday, Kerrie?
I've just had mine, 13th of December.
13th of December.
Craig's was the 12th and mine was the 13th.
Of course you have birthdays the day after each other, don't you?
Yeah, we've just had ours. It's a big one for me this year.
Was it?
No, this year coming this year.
Oh, this year is.
I've got a last year in my 30s.
Make the most of it. Would be my recommendation.
That's what I've been told anyway.
40's good. 40's
So
good.
just to show you what I've done here,
Yep.
I've sewn that top block onto here, pressed
Yep.
the seams towards the stripe
Did you
side.
have to do your own
I
pressing?
did do my
That
own
is
pressing.
disgusting. Go and see the bosses after the
That's it.
William Morris kit, one left. 16 in baskets. Yeah, you do the math. You do the math.
Would you like to actually
Yeah.
place that out into
Yeah,
the
of course
block
I
for
will.
me? As I've just done the pressing and the pinning.
Oh dear, dear. Hey, I'm getting a telling off.
No. I would never do that to you, Stuart. I'd just give you the mom look.
That's it. You do it ever so well. You do it ever so well. Right.
It's quite nice actually with the stripe, because if you look at each of those, of course, where you've cut those, you know, that pattern runs
Yeah.
differently on each of them, and it's lovely to see how it turns out.
It's fabulous. I love it. Have you? Oh no, there they are. That's it.
There's something so satisfying about placing all the
Oh, I
pieces
love
out.
it. I love it. And you do exactly what I do, which is to have a cutting mat next to the sewing machine with the whole block set out,
Yeah.
and then I pick up and place back so that I never get
It the wrong way
that.
around. Yeah.
Which is so easy to do, isn't it? If you take them away,
Oh, I've definitely done that in the past.
you know,
but
more
I
for chain
do-
piecing, but not if it causes problems. Right, is that all correct?
That's wonderful. Would you like to press out?
I will, miss, I will. William Morris is now sold out. Kafe is second in the lead.
So I'll put these together now. So again, I'll start with the half square triangles. And what I'd normally do, like you were mentioning, Stuart, when you do, I like a little bit of a production line when I'm doing any project really, but in particular quilts. So I would normally place all 4 blocks on top of each other to make sure, because as you say, it is quite easy to just switch one of them round and not notice until you've even possibly quilted it. So I'd normally rest all 4 blocks, so 4 stacks of each pile, just to make sure, one, that I've got all of the pieces and I've not dropped one on the floor. I'm quite guilty of that. And 2, just to make sure they are all in the same way.
Gotcha.
Because, you know, life happens, doesn't it? And sometimes you have to walk away from that project.
It really does, yes. I refuse. If I'm making a project, I refuse to walk away from it.
Oh, do you?
Well, I do actually quite a lot of the time.
Oh no, I seem to have after school club, running to pick up one of the children from college because they're too lazy to wait for the bus. So there's a lot of stop and starting in my life.
But I think I would be the same. I think I would be the same if I had children. I'd be constantly
Oh yeah. Start, stop.
Yeah.
I do try and avoid my phone sometimes.
I bet you do. I bet you do.
But then the panic of what if, you know, comes over.
Yeah, yeah.
It's not. It's normally like, I'm too cold to wait for the bus. Will you come and get for me?
It's character building, Kerrie, isn't it?
You sound just like Craig, although you put it much better. He's not quite as nice.
No. I do remember, like, as a child, I used to walk everywhere, or I would cycle. I
cycled. I loved my bike. I'm trying to build the confidence and the energy up, really, to cycle into work.
I don't know if I'd want to these days. The roads are so much busier.
Yeah.
You know, and when I grew up, it was country lanes.
We're
and
all
it was
country
quiet.
lanes as well, and that's the thing that worries me the most, to be honest.
Yeah. Yeah, because country lanes used to be quiet, sleepy. You'd see a farmer and the odd person, but now country lanes are people tearing along in their cars, aren't they?
Well, last year when I was trying to be a little bit healthier, I was like, I'll walk to work. I thought I'll only take me 45 minutes.
Oh.
An hour and 45 minutes later, I was still walking.
Okay.
And I knew my mum was possibly in the area, you know, working as well. I was like, are you
So
around?
did you ring her?
I tried.
Can you take me to work? Oh, well, that's where it comes from then, isn't it?
She
you
didn't
were
answer
raised
me.
soft.
She didn't answer me, so I had a long old walk. I think I did it twice.
Oh gosh, I did that once in Australia. Charlie and I had been going to this fabulous beach in Port Macquarie, and we'd been driving. We'd hired a car,
Yeah.
and then I wanted to go to the quilt shop in Port Macquarie, which was fabulous. So I said, Charlie said, well, I'll drop you off there. And he said, do you want me to come and pick you up
And you said,
later?
no, I'll walk.
And I said, no, I'll walk from here to the beach. I'll see you at the beach. 2.5 hours it took. 2.5 hours.
Well, Craig walked with me because he was like, why did you think we could do that in 45 minutes? And I said, well, I don't think I'd acknowledge that last road, and it's the longest, never-ending road. And I was
when
like,
you've only done it in a car, you think, well, it's only 10 minutes.
and that's exactly what it
At
is.
70 miles an hour.
I definitely can't
Can
run
I
at
just
that
let you
size.
know, everyone, one William Morris kit has bounced back. Oh, there's one left. There's one left. So if you want one, there's one. There's one. How many K Facet now? Right, 15 in baskets, but only 6 of them available. And then the Liberty, just Liberty. Oh, again, 8 of these in baskets. It's going to sell out. You need to be quick. You need to be quick.
So just repeating that process,
Mm-hmm.
and we'll get these blocks made up.
Lovely.
And that's really why I won't cycle to work, because I know how far it actually is now.
Yeah, yeah.
I will one day.
Well, it's not necessarily helpful, is it? If it's taking so much out of your day, you'd be better off.
That's a
know.
great
Do you know what
excuse.
I mean? Yeah. Yeah, but then if you get to work and you've lost 45 minutes of your productive day.
If I cycled that in 45 minutes, I'd be really happy.
Okay.
I don't think it's going to happen. I'll let you know if it does. That can be my challenge for the whole of 2023.
Right, I will press and I will pin your next one.
If you press and pin that one for me, and then I'll put this onto the triangle there
and
as
then
well.
I'm going to go, and it's towards the square, isn't it?
That's right, please, my love.
Just 4 of these cave bundles left now. Just 4 of them left. William Morris has now sold out. It's not like that, is it? It's the other way.
That's it.
So it's like that, so that one wants to go on there.
That's it.
That's the way it is. So you just line up your bottom
Just simply
corner.
lining it up. You know you've got it in the right place as well once you've got that intersection. And what's quite nice about creating this smaller block here is, you know, that 1/4 inch, you know that your seam allowance is right.
Yeah.
When your needle is coming off at this intersection. If I just move that, we should be able to see. So to get all of those points to marry up neatly into the centre to really make this little square pop, providing your stitch, you know, your seam is coming off here, then you've got that nice, perfect point on that particular block. It's little things like that that help me as well. You know, you can sort of shimmy it slightly should you need to.
Right. Just reading some of the messages we've got. Lovely. I've got Kerrie's patterns. I'm looking at using up my Christopher Wilson Tate Sussex leftovers. They were blues, creams and yellows. Yummy. Maureen says, in the early 70s, not long wed, I bought a fresh pizza from the co-op. I'd never cooked one before, followed the instructions to cook it in the oven, but when I took it out, it looked awful. I had left the plastic dome on it and it had melted all over the pizza.
See, I don't know about you, but I love hearing stories like this. One,
Yes.
because they're funny,
Yes.
but two, it makes me think, yeah, I can
Yeah, it's
relate.
not
And
just
I've definitely,
me.
I think I got married to Craig quite young, so you know, I was really sort of watching all these things, reading all how,
Yeah.
and I just managed to mess everything up. But I did try. You know, I tried with baking, tried with cake making.
Yeah, exactly.
Biscuits were the
you find what
worst.
you're good at. You find what you're good at. Sue says, Kerrie, age is just a number.
There we go.
My mind says I'm 25. My body says
It's
85.
my knees. It's my knees. I do try and tell myself
Bless
that, but it's
you.
my knees that tell me something different.
And Warwick Davis played R2D2.
Oh, I'm definitely thinking of the wrong person. If I'm thinking about a complete, I'm going to have to Google him later. It's definitely not who I
just need to
thought.
remind you, you have to do your own ironing now, sorry about that. I just need to remind you, the K Facet quilt kit. Gorgeous. This is the one that Kerrie's working on right now. This is juicy. Absolutely beautiful. Look at those. Look at those. Just scrummy. Absolutely beautiful. So you get your K Facet fabrics, 4 of those. You get your magenta solid. You also get, of course, your pattern from Kerrie, which makes your quilt top 42 inches square and your binding. Really, really good value. And of course as well, you could just use, as long as it was 44 inches wide, you could just about get away with 1 width of fabric for the backing for that, couldn't you?
Yes.
3 left, 7 in baskets. 17 in baskets. 17 in baskets. What are you doing to me? All right, so that's the K Facet version. We've also got the Liberty version, which is so pretty. It's the one that's hanging up behind Kerrie, and it features these beautiful, fresh, denim-y blues with a little bit of sort of Dijon mustard gold in there. A little bit of soft pearl grey as well. It's super classy. Very pretty, gorgeous, lovely, fresh project to start the new year off. So you've got all that Liberty fabric, no solid in this one, it's all Liberty, and then you've got your pattern as well for $59.99. Anna says, when I was newlywed, I made Yorkshire pudding. It looked amazing, but when my husband went to cut it, I cut into them, it flew off the plate as I'd forgotten to add the egg. They sound like, yeah.
Oh, I see, I could be here all day having these mishap conversations.
I know, it's lovely, isn't it? It's lovely. Oh, Hilary says, this is lots of lovely support for you hitting the big whatever O. It will be the big, is it the big 4-0?
It's the big 4.
Yeah.
I don't mind. You can say it. It's
It
just
will be
a
the
number.
big 7-0 for me this year, but in my mind, I've always been 29. You keep going. You keep going.
I've always been 28. In fact, I think while I was 26 that year, I told everybody I was 28. And then I did exactly the same when I was 38. So I've actually been 38 for 2 years. I forgot that I'd... In fact, I think I added a year that year.
Okay.
So when I actually turned 38, I thought, oh, well, I obviously added. I obviously was feeling a bit old. It was a bit of a shock, yeah. I need somebody to get a card with a number on each year.
Yeah, just to remind
you
you.
do stop counting, though. I did.
I'm not, no. Still very aware, very aware. Now, we've got some thread skeins. These are rather lovely. Oh, the thread boxes. Let me grab those, sorry. Yes, these are lovely. I like these. I like these. Purples and blues and greens. Yeah, blues and purples. These are lovely. Now, this is $14.99. $14.99 for a box of thread. Now you've got 10 different colours in here, all different beautiful blues, lilacs and purples, absolutely gorgeous. This is spun polyester I always use polyester thread, pretty much always, or rayon. You get 500 yards on each reel. That's a lot of yards of thread. Amazing. $14.99. And then you've got the greens. Beautiful, love these. So you've got 10 different greens in here. Jade, chartreuse, deep forest green, mint, soft sage, beautiful. Really lovely. So these would work for you quilting, piecing. Fab. Amazing price for those, Kerrie.
A great price.
Amazing price. Good to sew with.
Lovely to sew with, actually. Beautiful to sew with.
Cafe, by the way, the Cafe kit has now sold out. Well done if you managed to get yours. Keep going through for your Liberty, $59.99. It's a little bit more than the others because there's no solid in here. This is all Liberty and absolutely gorgeous with it. Beautiful. This would make a great gift, wouldn't it?
Oh, yeah.
You want to encourage somebody to quilt.
Yeah, and now really, I know, I was listening to the radio actually this morning. There was quite a lot of chit-chat about new year, new me, new hobby, new me.
Right.
And they were saying on the radio this morning that there's a new New Year's resolution where people are saying, I'm not making a New Year's resolution. Mine really always is to try something new and
Me too.
try something new, have a go. You know, if you're not very good at it, you know, you can always change, but always to just, I did get some out, sorry, and I'm just playing with them.
Right.
But try something new, and this is a lovely project to start with. It's nice and easy. You can see just half square triangles pretty much throughout, and it comes together really fast, and of course looks fabulous in the fabrics.
Yeah, oh absolutely, and you get a real sense of achievement, and there's lots of impact with this as well, isn't there? You know, you've got really beautiful bold fabrics, a lovely bold pattern as well.
I think that centre part, you know, really stands out, and you know, when I did this in particular with the Liberty, that was the first one I made this up in. You know, it really just is so striking, and that colour, that fabric, I believe it calls for it, doesn't it? It needs something to really pop.
Yeah, absolutely, but it's just beautiful. I love the pattern, very clever design, really clever. And lovely quilting too.
Well, it was quite nice actually, and that's why I was rushing right at the end for Christmas gifts, because I just love, especially this size quilt, it's really nice and easy to do that free motion on there, isn't it? But I particularly love these colours, so I wanted it for me really. I'm always drawn to brights, but I love the blues. Yeah. So this will be a lovely picnic blanket for us afterwards.
It is. It's just gorgeous and fresh, beautiful, or really nice lap quilt.
Yeah. Oh, I'm ready for the sunshine and picnics.
Oh
and
yeah, me too.
Yeah, that's where my mind is now.
Yeah, picnic lunches.
Definitely.
What's my favourite thing to do in the summer? You know, make up a picnic lunch, and then Charlie and I'll either go into the garden or we'll go into one of the fields and just sort of sit there and catch a few rays.
See, your days sound very romantic. Mine and Craig's are in a very cold unit with our thermal hat on, still in the summer because it's very cold, and a quick bite. But I do put it in a nice little basket, not a basket, a nice little bag, so it feels like it's
cool.
special.
Yeah.
Your days are far more romantic than mine, Stuart.
Oh, it's just the way I tell it. You know, it's still muddy and, you know,
in
all
your
of
head
that.
it's lovely, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, I love the summer. I love the spring and summer.
Yeah. It is quite nice actually to go into the shops and see the daffodils out already. You know, that makes you think of sunnier days.
Yeah, although I'm not ready to see Easter eggs in shops.
They're already in there.
I know. I saw a post
I did think
yesterday.
about buying them, but I would eat them between now and then actually.
Well, that's the point, isn't it? That's perhaps why they do it. Now, let me clear the decks a little bit for you, Kerrie, because you're going to be setting out now, aren't you?
That's it. So I want to show you just how to bring this together and really just to see how spectacular this looks in these colours. It's just wonderful. So to bring this together to finish, I mean, just look at the teal in the centre.
Yeah, that is absolutely stunning. Absolutely stunning.
So all we're going to do now is to sew the top I've already sewn together, and then to bring the bottom two together. What's quite nice now, because of the way you've pressed your seams throughout the book, I'll talk to you how to press those seams so these nest together and you've got that superb pop in the centre. So let's just
and
give
if
these
not,
a
whack
pin.
a button on it.
Always.
Yeah, or a butterfly.
Butterfly, bit of a plique, heart applique. That's my go-to.
There we go.
If ever you see a project with lots of hearts, you know what's happened.
You put scissors, using an iron burn under it. We've all done it. We've all done it. Once I was long arming a quilt and I left the needle in the down position and then pressed run.
Oh.
And the machine doesn't lift the needle and then move. It just moved. So it moved with the needle in the quilt and tore a hole about this long.
Did you have to switch it off and walk away for a moment that day?
Oh, it made me feel sick. But I sorted it. 20 of these in baskets, pattern, 14 available. Let me show you, it's the instructions on their own. The Strawflower Quilt. Beautiful, beautiful, way oversubscribed. You must check out your basket because otherwise you're going to miss out. It's £9.99, it's a steal. And it's a great pattern you could make again and again. And I tell you what as well, if you wanted to make a double bed quilt, proper big double bed quilt, make 4 of those. That's all you've got to do. Make 4. Don't put the border on. Make 4 of the big blocks. The big, you know, the pinwheel blocks, call that a block now. Make 4 of those, sew them together, then put your board around the outside, and you'll end up with about a 90-inch square quilt.
That is. I would not have done it like that.
Wouldn't you?
No, and I wouldn't have thought to do it like that. That's a superb idea.
Oh, I love it. You see, I know it's made of 4 smaller blocks, but to me, that's like one big block, isn't it? So I instantly thought, wow. Big quilt.
Yeah, that's such a lovely idea. I wish I'd have thought of that before I binded it. Because I could have just.
Would you keep going?
I would have done actually.
Yeah. Well, there'll be other nice ranges of fabric. Trust me. Won't there?
Oh well, yes.
I can guarantee it. There'll be more. There'll be more. Don't you worry.
I know. I came in this morning and saw the trolley. I was very distracted this morning.
It is distracting.
So push the seams to the left on here. Would you push those to the right for me so we press those in opposite directions?
So is that to the
left? That's it.
To the left.
I hope so. We'll see in a moment.
Well, I just don't want to be blamed if it's wrong.
Oh, I would not blame you.
I feel a certain responsibility.
Well, I've told you now, so it'll be my responsibility.
I know. There we go.
That's it. So if we just pop those on top of each other now, make sure it's always worth just placing them out, checking one last time, and then bringing these on top.
I agree.
There we go. We got it right.
We did.
We got it right.
You just winked at me. Was
I
that
just
a bad
winked
wink?
to you. No, it was
You said
like,
you'd wink if it was bad.
I'd give you the eyebrow.
Oh gosh. Oh. That was like a Medusa look then.
Raised eyebrow is frozen now. Wink if it's good. So whenever I'm putting the centre together, all I tend to do here is to just roll that out so I can see there straight away that is going to nest together beautifully, and then pin either side of the seam. I was really happy because I was second guessing myself, then thinking, oh, please be the right way.
Absolutely. Well, there's nothing I hate unpicking. I don't want to unpick. 5 instructions left, 27 in baskets. Please check out. I need to read Pam's message. This is good.
Is this about baking?
This is more fun than trivia. This is about gravy. I love it. My mother's advice to make the perfect gravy was to always use corn flour, which Tesco have decided to discontinue.
Yes, I heard. My mum told me that as well because that's my mum's go-to.
Anyway, I digress. So there I was, 18, just married, making my first Sunday roast. I couldn't understand why the gravy wasn't changing colour. Nobody had mentioned gravy browning. I ended up throwing it away and pretending I had forgotten to make any. I did confess a few days later and have never lived it down. Oh, bless you. If that's the worst thing you ever cooked in your kitchen, you haven't done too badly. I heard a good tip, actually, from Mary Berry.
Oh?
Who said that her mother, if she didn't have gravy browning, she used to put a teaspoon of sugar into a metal spoon and hold it over the gas to caramelise it. And then she would add that to the gravy and it would make it brown.
That seems like a lot of things to remember
it does
and
really
get right.
Yes, there is that. There is that.
So when I was first with Craig, we bought a place together. I think I was about 18 at the time. And I invited my mother and father-in-law to be round for dinner.
Nice.
And I was really good. I'm really good at cooking a roast dinner.
Okay.
So I was making the gravy, and I just had this. I was so proud of this. I always wanted a range cooker, so I'd got this range cooker and these beautiful set of saucepans. Made this beautiful dinner. Was very proud of this dinner. Couldn't wait to sort of serve it up. Started making the gravy. I used every saucepan, every ring on the hob, and it was just going really bad. I used 3 tins of the instant gravy jars, and it was going really, really bad. And my mother-in-law kept shouting through, "Do you need any help?" I was like, "No, it's fine.
It's fine.
It's fine."
Ever more shrill.
I literally got to like the last few grains, I think, of this gravy, and put it on the dinner and thought, I'm just going to have to say nothing. And then we're sitting eating, and I could kind of see the faces, and I said, "I'm really sorry about the gravy." You know, the kitchen was chaotic.
Yeah.
She said, "Oh, it's fine, it's the onion bits." I said, "There's no onion bits in here, it's all the lumps in my awful gravy." And they'll still, to this day, remind me.
Bits.
Yeah, they'll always say, "Are you making gravy to go with it?" You know, if we invite them for dinner, is this going to be a gravy thing? The dinner, I remember, went swimmingly, but the gravy was...
The gravy?
Yeah. It was instant, apparently.
Oh, there we go. Perhaps not. Gosh, you and Pam then. You and Pam. Gravy. I don't know.
So I'm that good in the kitchen. Even I can mess up cakes where you only have to add an egg, and gravy where you only have to add water.
Going some, isn't it? Brilliant.
Give me fabric and a machine.
Yeah. Okay, true confession now. This is awful. I've never admitted this before. I perhaps shouldn't, but I will. We were having grandparents over to my house. So I wanted to impress them. So I said, I'm going to do an afternoon tea. So I baked this spectacular Dundee cake, beautiful. And it had, you know, concentric circles of whole almonds on the top. Looked amazing.
Nice.
So I'd got everything all set out in the kitchen. And then grandparents arrived. So I've got them in the sitting room, chat.
Yeah.
I'll go and make the tea now. Came out into the kitchen to find my 2 cats standing over the Dundee cake. They had hooked every single almond off the top of the cake. They were baked in, but they'd got their claws under, hooked them out, and then spat them out. Okay.
Did you put them back on the cake?
No, I didn't do that.
Oh, I really wanted that to be your confession.
Rinse them under the tap. No, I got a load more almonds, toasted them, and then fitted them back in the spaces, back on the cake, and then cut it.
I'd have just put them back
I
on.
thought that was bad enough, really. Just rinsed them off. Never eat a Dundee cake that's been made by me or Kerrie.
Definitely never eat any of my cakes, ever. We did, it was my mother and father-in-law's ruby anniversary once.
Yeah.
And so we'd snuck into the house and set up an afternoon tea, and I'd made these little jars of cakes, you know, like the cakes in the mason jars. Really proud. Would you give that a little press in the centre? Put them all out, and then we hid under the stairs, put all the balloons out, flowers out, and we hid under the stairs. And my father-in-law came in, and he said, "Kerrie's been in. It's a mess." I can tell. I was under the stairs thinking, how
does
rude.
he know?
And then my mother-in-law said, "Oh, she's made cakes."
Oh.
And my father-in-law said, "Do you think they're edible?" And I was like, "Surprise!"
And you'd heard the whole thing.
I'd heard the whole thing.
Oh,
I'd heard the
gosh.
whole thing.
Embarrassing. Instructions on their own now have sold out. Well done if you got that. The only way you can get this project now is the Liberty version. And
Look at
we
that.
are getting to that danger zone now where we'll have sold out of everything.
Oh, we've had a lovely hour. I've thoroughly enjoyed this hour, having a
enjoyed
chat and our
myself.
confessions.
Yeah, I hope you've enjoyed it at home too. We sold out of everything bar the Liberty, and we had extras of those. So, right, so that is done. Shall we hold it up and do the reveal?
Shall we?
Oh, look at, oops, hang on, sorry. That is amazing.
I'm not as tall as you, Stuart.
Well, I'm 5'8", so it's not saying a
I'm
lot.
trying to get it straight. There we go.
Teeny tiny.
Doesn't this look lovely?
It looks amazing. It looks absolutely incredible. It's so beautiful, really stunning. I think Kate would be proud of that, frankly. So we should be.
I absolutely love it.
Beautiful, gorgeous. So, next step then. I'm working until the final minute.
Absolutely. So the next steps really is nice and easy. You've got some really nice, easy sashing on there. I quite liked, and again, I mentioned in the Liberty, this was my favourite print. I think I always try and showcase my favourite one as much as I can, and certainly in the sashing as well.
Yeah.
So we've got this nice slim 1.5 inch binding. Sashing, So initially I've popped those onto the two sides.
So is that the bright pink?
That will be the bright pink in this one. That's
so I'm just going to move this over so
no,
you can just
apologies,
see
no, it's not.
No?
It'd be the green.
It's the green.
It's the green.
So we've got the green.
We have the green.
Let me just put a little bit of the green in just to show how it would look.
Well, the teal, isn't it? It's more teal.
Yep.
There we go.
Thank you.
And that's really nice actually for the sashing, you know, when you cut through those flowers and you've just got, it is really
oh my goodness.
1.5 inch that sashing is the inner sashing. And then I think really with that magenta there, that's really going to make the second.
So that's going to be your outer border.
Yeah.
Let me just
try and get
this down. Of course, amazing, Kerrie. Absolutely beautiful. That is stunning. And then what colour? We're going to bind in the magenta
and then you'll bind in the magenta as well.
That is something else. That is something else.
It looks fabulous, doesn't it? I love these
Really
prints.
well done. I think it's a beautiful project.
And the sashing really is nice and easy. So you cut in your strips. I haven't put the measurements in for the sashing. You just cut in straight across the 44 inch width of your fabric there, putting your sashing onto the two sides and then on the top, and then you'll repeat the same again with that outer the outer sashing as well there, and then binding to finish. And quilting, I mean, in the pattern booklets we always do a recommendation of how to quilt, the simplest way to quilt, simple echo quilting on there. But for mine, I really wanted to, you know, I love these Liberty prints, and this is a quilt that I'll keep for myself, so I wanted to do the free motion on there.
Lovely.
And
it's absolutely gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. I
Thank
love
you
it.
very much.
I love it. Pam has echoed my words entirely. That is awesome, Kerrie.
Thank you very much, Pam.
Awesome, beautiful, beautiful. And we've got a whole load of other projects from you in the next hour,
we've got some kitchenware in the next hour.
Yay. Are we baking?
We're definitely not baking. There's oven gloves. We've got pot holder for
What do
you
you
to put
need
your
oven
cake
gloves
on.
for?
Listen, I said I couldn't bring. In fact, it's like we planned that today, isn't it? I can bring you the things to make the area look pretty, but don't ask me how to bake a cake or to make you one.
Definitely going to have to mock up a tray with something on for you for later on.
That would be a very good idea. Can you do that in your few-minute break? That would be fabulous.
Absolutely. Leave it with
I'll
me,
make
Kerrie.
the tea, you make the cake.
Consider it done. Consider it done. Oh, amazing. Right, now, on the Liberty, we did have a lot more stock on the Liberty, but it is dwindling. We have literally got 15 of these left and 27 in baskets. Okay, so just about 2 of you want every one of the kits that we've got available. Massively oversubscribed, okay? So check out your basket. Remember, you're paying $59.99 for a whole quilt kit. It's everything you need to make the front, the binding, full instructions as well, and a pattern you can use again and again and again. All right, well, we're going to leave it there and go to a break. When we come back, we've got our Delphine Brooks here with brand new projects, so don't go anywhere.
It's a new year, so that can only mean one thing.
It's time for those New Year resolutions.
And it's the perfect time to start a new hobby.
Jewellery Maker, Sewing Street and Hobby Maker are here whether you're starting something new or advancing your skills on a current hobby.
With all the tools you need to start, as well as expert demonstrations from our great guests.
Are you starting a new hobby this January? Share your new makes with us by tagging Jewellery Maker, Hobby Maker or Sewing Street using the hashtag #NewYearNewHobby.
And watch us every day from 8 AM to 1 PM on Jewellery Maker.
On Hobby Maker, 6 to 8 AM and 1 to 6 PM.
And 8 AM till 1 PM on Sewing Street.
Hello, I'm Emma Bradford from the Swift Quilting Company. I've been a quilter for 25 years. I began sewing and quilting by hand, but now I offer long arm quilting services and I run patchwork and quilting classes. You can see me regularly on Sewing Street demonstrating patchwork techniques. My top tip is there is no right or wrong way, only the way that works for you. There is no such thing as the quilting police. Outside of quilting, I am a qualified botanist and I enjoy riding my motorbike around the country. I hope to see you soon on Sewing Street.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website sewingstreet.com and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping! Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too. Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Wow. Wow. She's done it again. Delphinr.
Ah, hello.
Morning.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year
Happy
to
New Year,
you.
everybody.
You well?
I'm feeling very tall today. I haven't got one of these mats on. I'm going to have to...
You're very tall. You've got very high boots.
Oh, I've got big biker boots on. My feet
Yeah.
are sweating, actually. It's warm in there.
overshare.
Yes,
You do look very
hot.
tall. Happy New Year to you.
Yes, you. Did you have a good Christmas?
Lovely, thank you. Did you?
Yeah, back to it though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
New Year, let's start with a bang.
Yeah, that's it,
And
yeah.
look at this for a bang. Brand new projects from Delphinr. Delphinr, this is amazing. This is one panel, by the way. This is not either or. You get both of these. I'll show you exactly what you get. But isn't this stunning? Have a close look. Have a look at the shimmer. I love honesty. You know, as a garden flower, teasels, they are beautiful. And this is bringing all of that loveliness to life. It is absolutely stunning. So many opportunities there. You're just so clever with your designs. Just lovely. Right. Let's get straight into it, shall we? I'm going to grab the panel that you used to make that. So this one, the one I've just shown you, is called Dusky Dawn. Okay, and this is a big, beautiful panel. $17.99 for this. Would you mind, Delphinr, just grabbing one side? It's a two-hander, this one.
It's huge.
Now, would you just describe, Delphinr, what you're getting on this panel?
Okay, so there's, if you have, so this is the front of the panel. So you can, this is just the front of the cushion. This you can use for the back. We've even added strips, so you can add a so Oxford pillow border if you wanted to. You've even got you've got so much applique on here that if you just have, you could use that as a front as well, and then just use any of your stash for any backings or anything like that. So you could even use two cushion fronts, or if you wanted to, use all the extra applique with just use a fat quarter of plain solid, and you're still going to achieve the same effect. So yeah, I mean, Lou is incredible. She's we worked together on this to come up with the design. I'm loving these. So it was all based on that, and I just wanted it to be quite like a mystical, wintry, pretty.
Absolutely stunning. Absolutely stunning. So you've got all of these different elements, all of these appliques that you can use either on cushions, but you could make this into a wall hanging.
You could make it into a wall hanging, you can make it into bags, you can make it into anything you like. There's so much on here that you could just keep any of your projects, you could just keep going to this and just taking more bits from the panel. So there's so much you could do with it.
It's absolutely stunning. So much value there for $17.99. I can't believe the price.
Yeah, it's really, really, really
It's amazing. Absolutely amazing. And those colours too, really sort of soft and gentle. So many people have neutral interiors, either creams and tans or silver, grey. This is going to work in both absolutely perfectly.
It's very on trend, isn't it? You know,
really on trend.
Colours.
And just bring a little bit of soft, gentle colour to your room. So that's the first panel. We've also got the same panel in greens. So this is called Sage Winter. Again, would you mind just helping me out here?
Beautiful.
Oh, that's lovely. That is absolutely gorgeous.
Such pretty tones, and when you get it home, you'll see all the details on the panel. It's just so pretty, very well put together.
And I love the background, the way it's sort of almost like excuse me, misty.
Yes.
Isn't it? Sort of a mist over it, and it's sort of gentle, almost shadowy.
Yeah, I like to create, whenever I do projects like this, I like to create lots of layers in my work. So that, you know, so you need to start with that base layer and then you build it all up. That's what makes it more interesting, I think, to look at.
Yeah, makes it look sort of naturalistic.
Yeah.
You are ever so clever, and love all these applique elements. You've got all of the poppy heads, ivy, teasels there. I don't know what their proper name is, but we'll call them teasels. Honesty, pine cones. Oh, I love those. It's just gorgeous. Very inspiring. And of course, Delphinr suggests ways to use them, and some great demos today. But also you can use this as a sort of, I don't know, a springboard to your own creativity, can't you? Love it. Okay, right, so those are the two panels. Now I notice on both of them you've used some crystal organza.
I have, yeah.
Lovely. Let me grab that for you. We'll pop it on screen. So this is, what, £1.79? Well, it's not a lot then, is it? That's amazing.
And you don't need an awful lot of it either, so you can use it for loads of other projects. In fact, if you do like doing some of my projects, keep hold of that because you might need it for some that I'm doing on Friday.
Oh, is that a little hint?
Yeah.
Yes, jolly good for £1.79. Because you've used this for things like bee wings, butterfly, dragonfly wings, that kind of thing, haven't you?
Yeah.
Absolutely beautiful. Or water.
Yep.
Watery effects as well. Beautiful. So that's gorgeous. So add that into your basket. Anything else that we would need, Delphine?
I did do a bit of embroidery. Again, that's optional. You don't have to do that. I just like, I'm going through a bit of a texture phase at the moment where I like to add as many different textures as possible. So, and I think it just gives it another element. But if you don't want to do it, then that's fine. But
it's lovely though and restful. If you have a look here, actually,
pretty.
You can see there are some French knots. There's just some very simple straight stitches here, just to add that extra dimension and extra interest. That's lovely. So we've got 2 different colourways. Now for the purples, go for this colourway.
Yes.
So this colourway, £6.99. You've got a couple of different shades of purple. You've got a rose pink, a black and a white. And then we've also got the option for kind of the greens, if you like. I mean, you could mix and match these because I'll show you in a second. This one you've got kind of the brown and the gold. You've got a couple of shades of green, and this one which is a sort of almost a lilac-y grey. That is my current obsession for quilting thread.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I use glide thread and that shade is called Bone. As in bones.
Bones, yeah.
Bones. But it's lovely, not a great name, but it's a brilliant colour. It blends with everything. But I'm just thinking that these actually would work really, really well with this colourway as well.
Yep.
Because you could pull out this, you could pull out some of the browns and the tans. They would all work with that too, wouldn't they? So mix and match. Gorgeous. And a bit of Bondaweb.
Always Bondaweb.
Always Bondaweb. I can never say the word Bondaweb without saying Delphine books now. It's kind of synonymous. Okay, show me how to make one.
Ah, right. So I don't want to rustle all of the.
Rustle all you like.
Okay, so I've already got some of my applique already out. So I've been peeling away next door. So, right. So you're going to cut out your front panel. Here, and I'm just going to give this a bit of a press.
Okay.
So I've already cut this out, but obviously it's been in transit, so I just need to tidy it up a little bit.
To give it a little go over.
Yeah.
You don't have to lift a finger, Delphine.
I do feel really tall today. Oh. So what do you get for Christmas then?
Well, the nicest thing I think we've got as a couple is National Trust membership.
Oh, lovely. Yeah.
So we're planning a whole year of trips and days out and all that kind of thing. So that'd be lovely.
Yeah, lovely. There's a nice one near me, Charlcote.
Oh, yeah.
That's nice down there. Lots of deer.
We'll put it in the diary.
Yeah. Good cafe.
Oh,
they always have
sold.
good cafes, National Trust.
Can you go in the house and the garden?
Yes.
Brilliant. Sounds great.
You have to just get a ticket. That's all you need to do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Awesome.
So when you do your applique, so you need to obviously have a bit of Bondaweb. You could if you wanted just Bondaweb the whole thing and then just cut it out. Or if you want to do individual pieces, then that's fine as well. Especially if you want to save on your bit of Bondaweb. So if you don't do a lot of it, you might just want to be a bit more. What's the word? Not
economical.
Yes. I wasn't going to
stingy.
I was going to say stingy, and you said economical.
That's okay.
So yeah, but what you can do. So I'm just going to use. Let me just cut a little bit out. Like I said, this goes so far. So much of it.
Well, I can imagine our multimedia crafters, our paper crafters also getting very excited about using panels like this, because you could add these to card making for collage.
Oh yeah, you can use it. I think this would be really nice on cards actually, because it would make a lot of cards.
It would.
It
would. And that actually stitching through the fabric onto paper and card as well.
There we go. Very roughly cut out. That.
Just give that a little press.
Yes, if you don't mind.
Don't mind
you
at
are
all.
good.
To be honest, it's really cold in the studio and I'm hogging the iron because it's actually bringing a bit of warmth.
It's warm outside.
Is it?
It's like the other way around today.
Well, I'll just go and sit out there to help me.
It's warm
See you in an hour.
No. Oh no, don't leave me alone, crikey. Right then. So what you can do, see, so if you just cut them out roughly, I am going to just put my bond web over the top there. Now it is going to look like it's going to stick to my mat, but it won't because it will peel off.
Tell you about this mat in a second. Little message.
Amazing.
Happy New Year. Happy New Year to you, my love. What size is the cushion cover when it's finished? I'll grab the tape.
It's about 18 inches.
Yeah.
So there we go.
With that Oxford, it might even be 20, mightn't it?
Yes, so with 20, I did use the Oxford strips. I actually trimmed them to 1 inch, but you can actually use the full. I think it's about 2 inches wide. So you get loads. You get so much.
So the cushion panel, it's side to side is 17 inches finished. With that Oxford, it's 19.
Yeah.
So good size.
And I always use a 20-inch pad. I always go at least 1 to 2 inches bigger pad because it just gives it a nice snug feel.
Plumptious.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you stick your bond web to the back, and when you cut these out, now I know not everybody is a big fan of cutting out, quite neatly, especially if you struggle with your hands. So what I have done is through all of it, I've actually left a little bit of a gap all the way around, so it's actually, I don't know, about 1/8 of an inch.
Okay.
And then that way, I know this sounds a bit, I don't usually do it this way, but it actually works really well on this project. So when I actually come and sew around it, I've only had to use white thread. So you don't have to keep changing your thread.
Do you know, I can see it now. I didn't see it before, but I can see it now. Now, if you come and have a close look, you'll see exactly that. So all of the leaves have got a little margin of white around them. So they were easy and quick to cut out. You only had to use white thread.
Yep.
They look amazing. And actually where you do see the white, it actually makes the leaf pop a little bit more.
Yeah. So it just means you don't have to cut out every single little leaf or, right up into the crease. So because we've done the background in the white as well, I know it's got a little bit of a blend in it, but you can't see it. So even though it looks quite an intricate project, it's actually really, really easy to do.
Fabulous. Now, can I just talk about the mat that you've been using? Because that's really rather clever.
I think they've only let me... Because since I've been using this, because there's a bit of a joke when I was on with John last time, because I tend to always burn the mat.
Okay.
And my ironing board at home is absolutely atrocious. But since I've got this, I'm actually glue free. So yeah, so I feel, I don't know where it's been all my life, but because when you actually, I'm rambling.
Well, let me just start. This is the ironing board one. So let's start with the big one. So this is, I suppose I would call this like a goddess sheet. So this is a full ironing board, size and shape. Look at this. So this is actually the full size of your ironing board. And this is your protective mat that you can iron onto.
Yep.
And you've also got your, if you like, your Teflon sheet, and you put that over the top.
Yes. Yeah.
So this goes on the ironing board and this goes over the top.
Yeah, and what it does is that you don't get any glue at all on either. So it's saving your iron from all that glue and stops you getting the paracetamol out all the time.
Yes, that's awesome. That's a really cool thing actually, and I love the fact that it covers the whole ironing board. I need one of these for sure. And what you can also do as well, if you're building up sort of larger appliques, you can actually fuse them together as a whole applique and then peel it off.
Yep.
And then put it onto your background and then fuse it for real.
Yeah, because the bond web won't melt into the mat.
No.
So the glue will stay as the glue. You can, if you wanted to, put the sheet back over the top, you know, to store it, to try and keep it flat, but otherwise it's not going to get any glue. So when you said, you know, when if you're building up, say for example, someone did one of my Highland cows, they put it on the Sewing Street fan page yesterday, And if you want to build it up on a mat rather than go straight to your backing fabric, you can do it all on there, lift it all up, iron it on, done.
Yeah, as one patch.
As one patch. So clever.
You could do something like a floral wreath that was made of leaves and flowers and all that kind of thing, and you could actually lay it all out on your mat. You could have the paper pattern underneath because you can see through this mat, so you could have your paper pattern underneath, build your whole wreath of leaves and flowers, iron it, and then peel off the wreath and put it straight on. They are awesome.
Because even, you know, I've got a piece of bonder web here, and you know that's glue side down, so you know it's the rough side, the glue side down, and if I can press that on, for example, that's lifted off, no problems whatsoever. And so is that, but yeah, I've still got the rough side
Still the
on
glue,
there.
yeah.
And it's non-stick as well, but also when you put all your applique on there, so even if you have like the windows open or something like that, it's not actually going to go anywhere.
Yeah, it kind of feels tacky, doesn't it? It's got a sort of almost stickiness to it.
Yeah, so nothing's going to move. So again, I'm always losing all of my applique pieces, but if you just put them on there, then you know they're not going to go walkabouts.
That's awesome. So, oh, Lorraine's got in touch to say, hi Delphine, I have the fuse mat, it's amazing. Yeah, really cool, love it. Now we've also got a smaller version, which is the mat, like a sort of countertop mat that Delphine's using now. So if I open this one out, and I'll show you. This is really cool. So this is basically about the same size as a standard cutting mat. So again, you've got your base mat, and then you've also got your top sheets that you lay over the top and kind of make a sandwich and then iron, and it just completely protects everything.
I think if you do a lot of applique, then this is definitely, apart from obviously bonder web and your applique scissors, this is the next best tool that you need.
Love it, absolutely love it, really cool. I'm glad to see that on air. So how are you getting on?
So I've just cut out all my applique pieces, and I'm going to show you how we build up all the different layers, and then I can show you a bit of hand sewing, and also my favourite bit is where we come into the organza. So again, I sort of go against the rules when it comes to organza because I do actually iron it. So to build this up, I'm just going to lay my pieces out. I've already peeled the backing from the bonder web. So I promise you're not just going to watch me sticking things down the whole morning. I will actually be doing a bit of sewing.
Yeah, but the sewing's okay. It's the how to place them to make it look artistic. That's what I like watching you for.
So don't be afraid. So when you lie things onto the backing fabric, don't feel like you need to leave a gap between everything. I think it looks really nice if you overlay a couple of things. It's going to make it look a bit more realistic. So I quite like these smaller ones down like that. So I've wanted that one a little bit higher because I want to create like a bit of a...
And that really shows what you were saying about not having to cut out every individual element, because that's much quicker to cut because you haven't cut right down, and yet it just blends into the background.
It does, and you don't have to be too arty with it, you know, because once you've added all the layers on there in the organza and everything else, you can't see it.
No.
But it just makes your life so much easier.
I really like that as a technique, it's great.
You know, because sometimes I can struggle with my hands, so it's quite nice to just have these little cheap ways of...
Oh yeah, like cutting out the teasel would be a nightmare if you were trying. Well, you couldn't do it, could you?
No.
Cutting out all those individual little spiky bits. But you don't need to.
No.
It blends with the background.
So what I am doing is I want to create a bit of a curve. And you know, if you want to make this exactly the same, you just follow this demo and it will be really, really simple to do. So those are my bigger pieces, and now I'm going to move on to some of my, what should we have here? I've got some of these little poppy heads, so I'm just going to stick them behind a couple of bigger ones down there.
Yeah.
I think that one can stick out of there. There we go. I want to put the honesty on last, because that's my main sort of subject, really.
Right. Where did you get all your ideas from?
Oh, really random. Really, so I could be in the supermarket and I'll see a biscuit tin and I'll be inspired. The back of a lorry, you know, you could be driving down the M40 and you can see a lorry with a really funky logo and you're just like, oh, that's a good idea. So it's also, I think it depends on mood, time of year. Just
yeah.
What about
Anything.
you? You like me? You just get random inspiration from.
I can definitely relate to the back of the lorry.
Yeah.
You know, and I resist the temptation of having a notepad and pen because that wouldn't be good if I'm doing the driving. But I try and commit. What I try and remember is the name of the lorry because then I can Google it.
Yeah.
And I can look at the logo rather than try to remember the logo. But yeah, all sorts really. Yeah. Walks, going out for walks.
Walks, yeah, definitely on lots of walks. Yeah, isn't it funny? I'm not going to use that one.
No, it's been rejected. Delphine says no.
Yeah, taking that one out.
So what about you? How was Christmas?
It was good. It was nice, actually. We had a really relaxing one, which was just what we needed after a really busy year.
Yeah.
Yeah, we went out for Christmas dinner with my best friend, which was lovely.
Oh, so you didn't there was no catering required on Christmas Day?
No.
Lovely.
It was really lovely, actually.
Yeah.
And then what else did we do? Oh, we actually went away for a couple of days. We took the boys up to just south of, about half an hour south of Snowdon. We took them walking around there, which was so nice. We took them. We stayed in this. It was a last minute booking. I booked it about, I don't know, on the 27th of the evening.
Okay.
And I was like, right, we're going away. You know, I need a break because I was sewing right up till Christmas and sort of sewing in between. I was like, right, if I stay at home, I won't stop working. I know I'll keep going and going. So I booked this tiny little cabin on Airbnb, and it was really quite cute actually. You could barely move in there. And the next day we just took them. We did the slate trail just out from Capel towards Betsy Coed. I don't think you're supposed to say it Betsy Coed. I think it's supposed to be Betsy Coed or something like that. I don't know. And then we took them along the miners track because Nick and I used to do a lot of hiking years ago, and so we took the boys down to. We took them up Well, we didn't take them all the way up Snowdon. We did the miners track to the lake before you do the straight bit there. So they did about 11 kilometres.
Wow, that's good.
In a day. So Nick and I did about 20,000 steps.
Wow. So no sitting in front of a screen.
No.
Or playing with phones.
No. It's what we need. I think it's good for them to. I mean, Louis mad for it. He was. I remember halfway through the walk, I was like, "You having a good time, Louis?" And he was like, "Yes, Mummy, I'm having the best time."
Oh, that's so refreshing.
Yeah, he loves
you must
me.
be so proud.
I was just like, I felt a bit bad, so I'm like, what am I doing to the boys? But no, we'll do them good. But they're back in school today. They had an inset day yesterday.
Right.
But no, back in school today.
Cool.
So
Oh, a message from Carol, who's in North Yorkshire. Hi, Stuart and Delphine. I've bought the small fusing mat. Is Delphine ironing straight onto the cutting mat underneath?
I am, but I do that at home.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What would you do though? Would you put this on top of your ironing board?
I have this on when I'm at home because I've got the big one. I have the ironing board one on my ironing board. But if I'm only doing a little bit of applique, I actually have this on my worktop.
Right.
So if I'm just doing a few bits here and there, then I will do iron straight onto there. But that's just me.
Okay.
So
technically speaking, you should have it on an ironing surface.
Yeah. Yeah.
Naughty Delphine.
I am naughty. I don't stick to the rules.
Yeah. But then if you mark your table, then it's your table.
Exactly. It's
just blame one of the kids.
Exactly. Well, they don't go in there.
Oh, of course, no. You've got your super duper sewing studio.
No, I was. So I just live out there now.
Yeah. It's not need to come for a visit.
Yeah, you haven't come yet, have you? You'll have to pop over. I'm not that far from here. I'll have to come over for a coffee.
Yeah. We need lunch.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Do you want to do lunch?
Oh yeah, that'd be lovely. Yeah, let me know when you're free.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you stay up here, don't you?
I do. Oh, it's looking lovely. The way it builds up, it's absolutely beautiful.
See,
And I
I
love how
wanted
you've
to create
created a focal point. Yeah, absolutely.
Just gives it a bit, you know, I haven't overworked it. I'm just sort
No.
of filling in a couple of gaps.
And actually, having that space there, if you wanted, excuse me, if you wanted to put something like, I don't know, could you embroider a date or something in there? If it was for like a wedding or an anniversary.
And I'll have
Very pretty.
that one there. And then what I do want, you can put them on somewhere if you want.
Can I?
Yeah.
It's itching to.
You can tuck it in somewhere.
I want to see if I can be an artist like Delphine Brooks.
No.
What's lovely about doing it this way is that you can actually just remove these at any time, can't you? Until you fuse them down.
Yeah, I very rarely fuse as I go unless I am 100% committed.
Yeah.
But something like this, I like to build up the picture first. Although if you do want to sew it in stages, then do it like this and then take a photograph of it and then take all your pieces off and then sew as you go.
But also accept you'll never get it back exactly how it was.
No.
I can't get the paper off, please, Delphine. Thank you.
I give it a bit of a tear.
Ah, okay.
There we
See,
go.
you're a bit more, I was going to say vicious than me.
Me and Bondweb have a very special relationship.
You do, don't you?
And I quite like having these little leaves, just one or two of the smaller ones just floating away.
Yeah, I can't do it. I haven't got the viciousness in me, I can't.
There we
I'm
go.
just not that strong. Beautiful.
So
Beautiful.
I'm just going to move that down there.
The one thing I placed has got moved. So when you say you can just put them wherever you like, you don't actually mean that, do you, at all? You can go wherever you like.
Oh, dear. Just thinking about balancing out. Just there we go.
See, I think that would look much nicer if it was there.
No, no, it looks like an eyebrow up there.
Actually, that definitely does look like one of mine.
It's like you've had the microblades.
What do you think? Shall I change it? Switch it up? What do you think? Nice.
Very fetching.
Eyebrows on fleek. Nice. Good. I'm going to stop interfering now.
Right, so once we've done that, that will be your first layer. So then you can iron that on. Okay. I always use a dry iron. I never use anything in my iron when I do a applique. There we go. Right then. So then we're going to come to sew it all down. Obviously I'm going to not be able to sew it all down right now. What you also will need is some wadding, because I like to give it that quilted effect as well.
Yeah.
So I'm taking the lots of that one. So I'll just.
So you layer it and then you quilt and you applique sort of in one step.
Yeah.
Okay.
There we go. So always cut your wadding slightly bigger than your top. I did this by eye this morning, so I'm amazed that actually fits.
At what time this morning?
About 8:10.
Oh, okay, early.
Yeah, I just remembered I was packing the car up. I was getting the boys ready to go over to my friends because she was going to take them to school for me. So, and then I was like, oh, I remembered I didn't have any wadding with me. So
I learnt my lesson actually with early morning. Wasn't quite woken up cutting. About a week before Christmas, I was finishing off a quilt for my new book, and set on point. And I had to cut the setting triangles.
Yeah.
Cut them all out. You know, of the fabric I'd specifically bought for the project.
Yeah.
Cut them all the wrong size.
Oh,
all of them.
No.
All of them the
too
wrong
big
size.
or too small?
Too small.
Oh.
Too small.
It's not so bad if it's the other way around.
No,
Is it?
so I'd done it to fit the block,
Oh,
but hadn't taken into account the sashing, which then added an extra about 3 inches to the size of the block that I should have cut for.
Oh dear.
So I had to then had to just find a different fabric in my stash. I mean, I found it and I'm happy with the choice, but it's not.
Oh, it's infuriating when you do that.
Yeah. Charlie was just like, oh, I'm going to go now. Ran out the door. Yeah.
So I sew mine down with a blanket stitch. If you've got the 720, I always use the number 43 on mode 2. And I've actually made it a lot smaller.
Okay.
And then, very simply, if you're not confident, just turn your machine down a little bit slower.
But I suppose because you're using white thread on the white fabric, you can take quite a relaxed approach to stitching these down, can't you?
I think it took me about half an hour to sew all the bits down.
Wow! I was expecting you to say a lot longer than that. Done.
So that just shows how you can't even see the stitches on there because we've cut it out on the white. So you can't see it.
Great.
So
top tip.
So then what I did do is if you've got any metallic threads or anything like that, again, if you just want to give it a little bit of a bling, what you can do is I'm just going to, I grabbed this morning.
Oh, so that's a silver thread.
Yeah.
That's nice, I like that.
So I've literally just pulled it out of my this morning. So just quickly thread that. That's ready to go. There you go. Oh. And then what you can do, just to do the 1 or 2 reeds like I've done on the others, if you start from the top and just do little V's, and what that will do is give you little hints of a grass.
Okay, I like that.
And again, it's sort of quilting it as well.
Yeah.
There's no free motion or anything on these ones.
No.
Oh, hold on, I've got to change my modes back. There we go. I'm just going to lengthen that a little bit. Ooh. And then just turn it round.
It's just using that little bit of metallic thread, isn't it, that it adds so much sparkle to the project.
It does, doesn't it? Just a tiny, and it's almost like you echo in the grass that's already on the panel.
Yeah. And then also as well picks up the light when you add the organza too.
Yeah.
It's lovely. Really nice addition, that. That's something I don't do enough of, and I should try. I don't sort of play with thread in my projects.
Yeah.
I suppose because you come at it from an artist point of view as well as a sewer.
Yeah, I see him more as like a bit of paint.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
There we go. And I'll just do one there, and then that's balanced out quite nicely then. And then we'll go on to the organza bit.
Oh yes, love the organza.
There we go. So I've not used any pins or anything like that.
Okay.
There we go. So all I've done is in a couple. You can just about pick them out, but it's just a few little glasses.
Yeah,
a few
looks
bits of
lovely.
beads. Right then, and
Organza.
Organza time. Let me just get all of my.
Oh, June says, I'm going to hand stitch my applique. I like slow, mindful stitching.
Yeah, that would be
nice.
lovely. Really pretty.
These applique elements as well, wouldn't they look gorgeous done on a bag?
Yeah.
Can you imagine a bag with these appliques on?
Really pretty.
Beautiful.
And like I said, you get so much of them, you can just use them for loads of other projects.
Yeah. Especially with the organza, and I'm thinking like a clutch bag or something like that had those appliques and metallic thread and beads.
That would be really pretty.
Be fun to do, wouldn't it?
Yeah. There we go. So I've got my organza. So what you can do, you can use Bondaweb, or you can use just some iron-on interfacing if you want to.
Okay.
So I'm just going to cut that to roughly the same size.
So is that an interfacing that you've got there?
Yeah, this is an interfacing, but you can still do it with Bondaweb.
Okay.
So for example, oh, I've lost my Bondaweb. I think it's fallen over the floor.
Oh, yes, it went onto the floor. Do you want me to grab it for you?
No, I can. I think, yeah, I'm all right. It's all good. Right, so with this, so you've got your bond. Obviously, you don't want to iron directly onto your organza. So I've got the glue side down. What am I using this for? I should be using me mat.
Yeah.
I want to get that all gluey.
What are you using that for, eh?
I know.
I suppose this is when this sheet comes into its own, isn't it? When you're using these delicate fabrics as well.
Oh, have I just put it on there? Hold on.
Behind your interfacing.
I ironed the interface into the wrong
Well, thank
one.
goodness it can't stick.
But it didn't stick.
Yeah.
That was a happy accident.
What a fantastic illustration of the magic.
The magic. Thank God I've got the mat. So you stick it to that and it looks like this. There we go.
Move on.
Yeah. Well, I made it, yeah. So what you can do, if you don't feel very arty, what you can do is actually trace round the honesty, or what I tend to do is just do little rectangles and then just make them into little leaf shapes.
Okay.
Like that. So they're just nice little shapes. You can as well, if you wanted to Bondaweb these, so I've done them so they're like a bit of a 3D effect.
Yeah.
But if you want them just to lay flat, if you wanted to actually use your cushion, because these are more like ones that you put as a bit of a decoration. There we go, so I'll do a few more. There's one. Okay. Just do a few more because I'm going to put loads of these on. And then all you need then is some matching thread. You can use a metallic thread. I'm actually going to quickly switch to white because I want it to be more about the organza on this one. So just a couple more. There we go. That will do. Making a mess.
Good.
Oh, sorry, that was my stomach. I don't know if you could hear that. Tummy's rumbling. Okay, so what you want to do is sort of just add these. You can add them all over. You know, just sort of have a bit of an idea of where you want to place them. And then you don't need a pin or anything like that. Just have a pile of them next to your sewing machine. That. And then all you're going to do is sew them on with a straight stitch and then make sure you back stitch so they're secured into place, so they're not going to go anywhere.
Right.
And even when they've got that interfacing on the back, they're not going to move. So let's quickly re-thread that.
So are you back to the white thread now?
I'm back to the white thread.
Okay.
So I'm going to shorten the stitch just slightly. And then you place them on wherever you want to go. And then all you're going to do is, sorry, I'm ever so messy today. I've got my stuff all over the place. There we are.
Well, my favourite way to tidy is just to brush it all onto the floor.
Yeah. Well,
out of sight, out of mind.
In my sewing room at home, I've got, you know, just like those big IKEA square drawers. That's actually my bin, and that was a happy accident, really. So I didn't have a bin when I first moved in there, and it was like this. It was a mess. So what I do when it's like this, I open up the drawer and I just sweep it all in the drawer.
That's clever.
Yeah. So
that's clever.
Okay.
But don't be fooled. Underneath it all, it's a mess.
Oh yeah. That's one.
Wow. So forward, back, forward, and you didn't turn, you just used the reverse function. And if the line doesn't go exactly over the top, that's all part of it.
It doesn't matter. And only go from halfway down.
Oh, okay. Don't go all the way to the end.
No.
See, I would have done that.
Because then it's, well, from the top, sort of about halfway down.
You get more dimension.
Yeah.
Yeah, like it.
So I'm just filling in little gaps. So you can just place them wherever you like.
Are you teaching any workshops this year?
A couple of private ones. But do you know what? I need to. Oh, yes, I am actually. I'm up in Preston. Got one in the Lake District. And am I down in? Oh, I've got some written down. I've got a few. What about yourself?
I've got a couple, not many this year. I haven't got time, unfortunately, and I love sewing, and I miss teaching, and I love getting together with other sewers. But it's time, isn't it?
I'm definitely not doing as many as I have been doing. No. Again, it's time, isn't it? And
you're busy working at the moment.
Yeah. So
exciting projects.
Yeah. So I've got some exciting projects on the go at the minute.
That's good to know.
So I want to give it that my all, really. Concentrate on those and.
But we'll all benefit from those in the end, Delphine, won't we?
Hopefully. I hope you will. Yeah.
Yeah.
So no, I've got a few things on the go. So I just need to, you know what it's like. It's just you need to sort of prioritise your time. And it's like I did a lot last year, a lot of workshops, and it's all the prep as well. I was just.
I love that you've got your wadding there, so every stitch you're putting in now is adding dimension. It's adding quilting to the whole thing as well.
And like I said, I'm not doing anything that fancy. It's just a straight and then a back stitch. But it gives it such a pretty effect.
Yeah.
So I'm also doing it so they're all pointing to the centre. And again, that will just give it a...
Oh yeah, I see that now, and I hadn't noticed that before. What's the thinking there? Is it to draw the eye?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's just give it a bit more of a rounded composition. Yeah, so I'm just filling in little gaps.
We benefit from your art school training.
I think, I don't know, I make it up as I go along, Stuart.
Don't say that.
It doesn't always work, believe me.
Well, you know what they say, the person that never made a mistake never made anything.
That's right. But sometimes you come up with an idea and when it works, it makes you ever so happy.
Yeah, and sometimes it's before it's time. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Sometimes you think, you do something, you think, oh, that didn't work, and then years later you think, you know what, that idea did work, I just didn't have the right project for it.
That's right, yeah.
Oh, Roxana's got in touch to say, now, Stuart, you've got your National Trust membership. Look up Whitewick Manor near Wolverhampton, a paradise full of pre-Raphaelite paintings and William Morris and Co. Arts and Crafts interior. Oh, that sounds right up my street.
Oh yeah, you were saying about inspiration. You're going to be very inspired now you've got your National Trust membership.
Not kidding. You're not kidding. Yeah, I'm really excited to start using it. And it'll be lovely as well to sort of, have a kind of focus to days out, where you can sort of, we'll visit there and then explore the area as well.
And there's so many places as well. I think it wasn't until we became members, because again, it's good for the boys. But it wasn't until we became members that we realised just how many places there are.
Yes.
And because we go away in the caravan quite a lot, there's always somewhere to visit. And because there were some days out are so expensive.
Yeah.
But with that membership, it's only going to cost you a coffee and a cake in the gift shop. In the cafe.
Which frankly I'm always going to buy anyway.
And they do very nice flapjacks at National Trust.
Are they National Trust flapjacks?
Yes, not just any flapjacks. So I'll just put one more on, sort of float up there.
It's National Trivia Day today and National Spaghetti Day.
I heard that on the radio.
I just offered this up. Do you have a particular trivia fun fact that's particularly special to you?
I don't
I'm not asking you on the spot. You can tell me later.
Oh, yeah, I'll have a thing.
Have a thing.
National Trivia Day.
We've had some corkers this morning. The Eiffel Tower grows 6 inches every summer.
I heard that. I heard you all laughing about that when I was outside. That must be because of the heat, surely.
So that's right.
That must be because of the heat.
The heat expansion, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, because when I had my sewing room built, my doors expand and they shrink, so we've had to have a gap filled because it's been cold. So it was letting all the cold in.
And it was the same designer who designed the Eiffel Tower who designed the Statue of Liberty, isn't it?
Oh, really? They're a bit different.
The Statue of Liberty was a gift from, well, it was an initiative set up by the Freemasons of France.
Was it really?
And then it was paid for by public donations. You could sort of buy almost like a little share in it. Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
There we go.
And the Statue of Liberty's face, it was actually his mother.
Oh, right.
Yeah, the designer's mother.
Crikey.
Yeah.
You learn it all on this show.
So watch out,
Mum.
Mum.
Not just sewing.
I'll be designing something.
There we go.
Fab.
So then you just cut off all your little threads.
Yes.
So there's
Beautiful.
So, and then what I do, once you've put, because obviously you're going to keep pressing it, if you press it, make sure you put something over the top of it. And then you can just fold these. And then when you put the cushion in, they make them all stand out. So I can show you how to do any hand sewing.
Yes, please.
I think I've got my sewing.
Should I get rid of my one leaf? It never made the cut.
Oh, it didn't, did it?
No, it did. Unbelievably, Delphine, when you ironed all the other pieces down, you missed my one leaf with the iron. So it's fallen off.
Oh, no. Oh, I feel so sad.
You feel what?
I feel so sad.
I love it.
Right. I did have with me a sewing needle, a hand sewing needle.
Right.
I've lost it.
You've lost it?
Yeah.
Has it got silver thread on it? Is this it?
Is that it?
Oh, hang on. Wait a minute.
Yes. Oh,
That's your needle.
How did you reckon? How did you spot that?
Because I'm a 52-year-old with 22-year-old's eyes. Oh no, that sounds creepy. That sounds weird. You know what I mean, though. I've got quite good eyesight, with contact lenses in.
I was.
Without them, I haven't, not at all. Oh, here's a nice bit of trivia from Carol. Bodged job means it's something to do with wood, either new wood or unseasoned wood. That's where the phrase bodged job comes from. Like it. A what is? A jiffy. A jiffy, you know, and say I'll be there in a jiffy.
Yeah.
It's an actual unit of time.
Is it?
Yes, it's 1/100th of a second is a jiffy. So it really is a measurement of time.
You'd be there quickly. Yeah.
That's clever, isn't it?
It is.
It's good, isn't it? I like that.
So all I've done is done a lock stitch at the back, and you just want to do a couple of straight strands. What I tend to do is to make it look more branch-like, come it from the back, and then I sort of move the thread over, and then you can sort of manipulate where you want it to go.
Okay.
There we go.
David's got in touch. Morning, Stuart and Delphine. Happy New Year to you both. Happy New Year to you, David. Enjoying the show as always.
Oh, Happy New Year, David. So I'll just do.
So, what did you get for Christmas?
Got some AirPods.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, because again, when I'm in my sewing room, I don't listen to music or anything, or I tend to listen to podcasts.
Oh, I know.
Oh, yes.
You've got me into that.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, what have you started?
I love my podcasts and audio books and things like that. So, but when I'm using my machine, because I just play it through my phone, I can't really hear it as well. And I don't want to have headphones in because you're getting up and down and you get a pull back.
Yanks.
So I've got some AirPods.
Ah, very good.
And a new watch.
Ah, lovely. Yeah, they're listening to podcasts. I've always been somebody who just like sits and sews in silence. No radio, no TV, nothing. No
Not
talking.
anymore.
No. So now, literally, I've got my sewing machine, I've got my ironing board, everything. I get everything set up, and my next step now is always turn on the. Well, it's like a Bluetooth speaker, you know, and put the podcast on.
Yeah.
And I play it really loud so I can hear it over my sewing machine, even at its fastest, speed.
I know, but the things that we listen to,
No.
if anyone walks past.
Yes, it's not about sewing at all, is it? We both discovered the same, but I get so much more done.
Yeah.
I can't believe it. And I keep sewing for longer.
You sort of lose yourself in the
Yes,
story.
yes.
So if you're doing a lot of quilting or things like that, it's especially if something that, like I'm having to fill in the negative space of a quilt and it can take all day.
Yeah.
You don't have to think about it, do you?
You can. One of the ones, and I think, I'm not sure if you set me onto this one, but it's one called Haptic and Hue.
No, that wasn't me.
No, Haptic and Hue. And it is... brilliant, absolutely brilliant. The woman who does the podcast and writes it and presents it is a weaver, and I think maybe hand dyer as well, and weaver. And it's all about sort of history of thread, fabric, sewing samplers, patchwork, you name it.
Oh, interesting.
And it's all these different historical stories in detail. There was one that I listened to recently that was about these little cross-stitch samplers. None of them have got names on them. And they were all done by women and girls who were in like workhouses or institutions who were given it as work to do. And they're often biblical verses. And she was sort of telling their story. Oh, it's fascinating.
What's it called?
Haptic. Haptic, Haptic and Hue. And Haptic, which I didn't know, she tells you at the start of every podcast, Haptic is the feel of cloth. Who knew?
Who knew?
It's the handle of cloth, or the feel of cloth, it's the haptic. And the hue obviously is the sort of colour and tone.
Well, there you go. Another...
Give it a whirl.
Another top tip.
Yeah, try it. Top tips. Well, try the podcast and see what you think.
Yeah, I will do. We'll make a change from the usual.
We can't say.
So, then we do. So I've just done a few straight stitches with a light thread, and then here I'm just doing a couple of French knots. So all the way through, hold it nice and tight. 1, 2, 3, all the way around, and then straight back in where you came out. And again, so you come all the way out. 1, 2, 3, and then straight back down. And then what you want to do is just do little clusters of them here and there, and it will just really, really bring it all together.
It's amazing how much extra dimension your hand stitching adds to the project, and it doesn't take long, does it?
No, not at all.
Lovely thing to do. Oh, it's such a beautiful project. All these different possibilities from one panel. Add your own backing, use the backing that's on the panel, include these in other things. I mean, made up as cushions here, but a wall hanging, a bag, absolutely beautiful. So many gorgeous ways you can use those panels, really inspiring. Delphine, it's been ace.
Yeah, lovely.
Thank you for another inspiring project.
Worries. Thank you for having me back.
Well, enjoy the rest of the day.
Yeah.
Whatever you're going to do.
I've got to go and have a knot taken out of my back.
Oh, okay.
Yes, I'm going to be kneaded like a loaf of bread this afternoon.
Oh,
and
we'll
then,
enjoy that.
And then, well, not really, it hurts.
Ah, okay, fair enough.
And then sewing.
Ah,
Get the
cool.
boys from school, sewing, and then, yeah.
Oh, good. Enjoy it.
Lots to do. Lots
Great.
to do.
Well, enjoy. Keep sewing.
I will do.
Keep it
Thank
weird.
you. Yeah.
Awesome. Thanks, Delphi.
Thank you.
We're going to go to a break. When we come back, Kerrie's back from Living in Loveliness with some gorgeous homeware. So don't go anywhere. Hi, I'm Stuart Hillard. I am so excited to launch this brand new quilt kit. It's the William Morris River Wandle quilt, and it launches here on Sewing Street on Thursday, the 5th of January. I hope you'll be able to join me. It's a glorious quilt, 82.5 inches square, featuring these beautiful soft rose pinks and vibrant cobalt blues. Join me on Thursday, the 5th of January, here on Sewing Street for the brand new launch of this gorgeous William Morris quilt. I'll see you there.
Hello, my name's Rebecca Harrison. My background is in theatre costume, so I've made costumes for film, TV and theatre. I began to sew when I was at school, in primary school, and I also did a lot of sewing with my mum at home. One of the first things that I ever made was this little mouse, and I hand sewed her at primary school. I think I was 8 or 9 when I did her, and I treasure her. I just love her. Her stuffing's gone in her head, so she's a bit wobbly. My favourite things to sew are corsets, probably because of my period background, but I just love them. I've got one here. I love the structure of them, the shape the bones make. I just think they're beautiful, and the fact that through the ages they've changed to make women's shape different, and I find that really fascinating. My claim to fame is because I've obviously doing costumes for film and theatre, I've been lucky enough to meet a lot of famous people. So I've met people like Dame Judi Dench, Kate Winslet, Juliette Binoche, lots and lots of people, lots more than I can probably, I haven't got time to say them all. But yeah, just and all around the building where I used to work in London, you'd see lots of people: Christopher Lee, Sir Richard Attenborough, yeah, just lots and lots of people. So it was really lovely, and yeah, I feel very privileged to do what I do. I love my job, and I'm very lucky that I get to do it every day. And I really enjoy being on Sewing Street and demonstrating how to make things, and hopefully inspire you to get sewing.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Welcome back to Sewing Street. Wonderful to have your company. It's me, Stuart, Hillard, and Star Baker, Kerrie.
Where is your cake? You promised me a cake if I came back. Definitely not Star Baker.
Kerrie, there she
I'm
is.
feeling the pressure now.
Keep her out of your kitchen.
Definitely keep me out of the kitchen.
But don't keep these out of the kitchen. This hour is all about 3 gorgeous homeware, kitchenware projects, which are absolutely adorable. Where do we start? We've got 3 brand new panels, 2 brand new colourways. Shall we start with oven gloves? Absolutely beautiful. Now, so what you're getting here is you're getting the full pattern and instructions, and you're getting your panel, pre-printed panel, but also you've got all of the templates, full-size templates and measurements in there, so that you can reproduce this with your own scraps, fat quarters,
and
your own fabrics.
These were 3 projects originally from our Fast Fat Quarter Fun series. So all of your sort of top parts of your projects are just made from 4 fat quarters.
Fabulous.
And you need a metre of lining to create the rest, the linings and the backings. So
Awesome.
a metre of fabric, 4 fat quarters, and you've got yourself 3 beautiful projects.
Perfect. Well, I mean, the great thing is you've got your pattern and your pre-printed panel to start with, so you can make a nice easy version where you're just cutting out the pieces from the panel, and then once you've learnt the techniques you can go on and make and repeat with your scraps. So this is gorgeous. I really love all the detail in this. On your mitts, you've actually got, this is mini Dresden fan, all pieced here. You're going to show us how to do this?
Yes, we are.
Awesome. Bit of a plique, some nice quilting. So you make up your pocket. I mean, that is really special, isn't it? And then in the body, you've got some strip piecing. Love the decorative quilting stitches that you've put in there. That looks absolutely stunning. Just using a zigzag, look, along the seams. I think that is beautiful. Adore the gingham binding.
Oh, I love the gingham.
Can't
I
go
always
wrong
think
with
stripes
that.
and gingham and polka dotty, you know, is great for
absolutely beautiful. Real country,
Definitely
classic,
country,
isn't it? Brilliant. Well, those are ace. Really love those. So that's your first project. Now let me show you the panels. So details on screen will be for the purple version, which is the one I'm going to start with. So here's your pre-printed panel. Oh, it's a big one too. Love the fact that everything is there on the panel, and literally you can cut the pieces out, sew it together, nice and easy. Here we go, look, here are all your little Dresden pieces. Here are your front and back for your mitt, your lining. Look, you've even got your quarter circles for finishing off your Dresdens. That's absolutely lovely. And then you've got your front and back pieces for the actual mitts themselves. That is fabulous. I love it. So you've got everything there on your panel. You've got your full instructions, but look as well, you get all of your full-size paper pattern pieces. So when you've made one version, you can then go back in and you can make ones with scraps, with fat quarters, with yardage that you've got. You get all of those pattern pieces included. That is great value for £19.99 for everything. Because remember, if you were to buy the pattern on its own, this is going to be £9.99.
That's right.
So you're paying £10 for the panel, which sounds like a massive bargain to me. Absolutely massive bargain.
I
And
think
love
the perks of the panels is it's just there, you know, you haven't got to do anything really other than cut around the outline.
Yeah, no, it is nice and easy. If you want to encourage somebody to start sewing, what a great project. Sit and do that together. Now, we have a second colourway, and I'm just going to grab, it's a different project, but just so you can see the sort of fabrics made up. This is the country beige version,
It's for the oven
which
gloves.
is gorgeous, isn't it? And you're making up the
sample in that
great
colour.
Perfect. We're going to make up the oven gloves today, but that is a beautiful colour, isn't it? Really nice. That'd go beautifully in my kitchen.
There we
Just
go.
saying. Let me show you the panel.
I'll bring it when I come for that lovely afternoon tea and almond cake.
Oh yeah, that lovely Dundee cake. Mrs. Mills doesn't go after cake, she won't.
Does she
Yeah, no. So these are still the oven gloves, but this is in the country beige. So you've got everything there again. Fabulous. Fabulous. Love that. Love that golden beige gingham.
Shall I fold it?
Oh, yes,
There we go.
please. I'll do your ironing for you.
That's a good trade.
So that's project number 1. No pattern available on its own, by the way. If you want to get the pattern, it comes with the panel. But remember, it's not just to make up a panel. You can make up your own versions afterwards. Okay, so that's that. Next project we'll do, let's do the tea cosy. Because you know me, Kerrie, I'm never far away from a cup of tea.
You're like me, I'm always close to a cup of tea.
Proper tea belly I am, proper tea belly. Right, let's start again with the purple. So I'll show you the tea cosy. So obviously this one is the country beige, but I'll show you the purple panel first. So you've got a big Dresden half plate on one side. That's almost like a sort of gorgeous sun, isn't it?
It definitely is.
Morning tea, definitely. Lovely backing, and then fully lined with that gorgeous country beige check. That is a really lovely project. I like that. So here's your pattern. It's called Sue. Where did the name come from?
It's, I always name our patterns after people. Initially they were my nieces and friends, and Sue is the lady, a really good friend of mine. She comes to all of my classes, all of my charity sewing days, and she's always making the tea because I'm so bad at it. So it was only right that the tea cosy was called Sue.
I love it. I love it. So this great value again, £19.99 for this. You've got all the elements on your panel. You've got your front and back of your tea cosy, your lining. You've got your all of your pieces for your Dresden and the centre as well, and also your tabs and binding.
And binding, so we've
Binding
got your
as well.
pieces as well.
It's amazing, isn't it? It's such great value.
Shall I fold?
Oh yes,
There we
thank
go.
you. So that is your, is it called purple? The colourway, lilac. Lilac. Okay, right. We've also got the country beige. I won't get the panel out because you can see the actual thing made up here, and that's a really good size as well. I have quite a large teapot.
Well, it was designed. I mean, I used to do a lot of tea parties, so I always had a little teapot, but mine's always a large teapot.
Yeah. There
Your
it
little
is.
one could hide in there quite snug.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, absolutely gorgeous. Beautiful. It's crown-like, isn't it?
It is very crown-like, isn't it?
They're saying
Is that because you're on your best behaviour and you're feeling like you need
Oh,
it?
now I'll tell you what, it's not often.
And it fits. If
Bless
the crown
you.
fits.
Bless you.
It is
Bless
actually very crown-like, I
It
have to
is.
say.
It's actually very mitre-like, isn't it? Let's be honest. Oh my goodness. Hair and makeup. Good. Couldn't resist. So that's the tea cosy. £19.99 for that. And then last project, we've got the hot pads.
The hot pads. So this comes, there's 2 to each panel for this one.
Awesome. So again, it's got that gorgeous Dresden wildflower theme going with it. So you've got enough fabric to make 2 pot holders. And I must admit, you know, I'm really into my pot holders. I have a stovetop kettle. So I have one for that, but also just for getting things out of the oven as well. I use my hot pads, but also you can put things on them as well, of course, like casserole dishes.
They're nice as well, you know. I mean, we've of course just had Christmas, but they're particularly nice, you know. I mean, we often do where you're serving all of your foods in different bowls. They look beautiful on the table along the centre, you know, with your potatoes and things on. So, I mean, you've got 2 on the panel, but if you're thinking of sort of filling your centre of your table, it might be nice to have.
Oh, and because you get the full pattern as well, and all the pattern pieces, you could do seasonal versions of all of these. You could do a spring, summer, autumn, winter and Christmas.
In fact, when we first launched these with the fabrics and we made them, we had some photos of people using them as placemats in the garden.
Yes, just
so,
leave
you know,
the loop
once you've got the pattern, they're a nice idea.
It's a decent size to put a dinner plate on, isn't it? Fab. So lilac was on screen. We've also got it in the country beige. And also I really like the fact that, look here, we've got a little bit of extra. That's pretty.
Do you know, it's that one in particular is perfect for a little heart, isn't it? You know, just a nice little hanging heart in there, you know, as a little accessory to decorate the kitchen.
Absolutely. And you've got all your elements there to create that beautiful pair of hot pads. Gorgeous. We have a few other bits and pieces we'll come back to, but hey, let's get on with it.
Shall we have a little look? So what I thought I'd do is just show you little bits. We've actually, this is the second time we've bought this colourway. So I thought what I'd do is just go through how to construct these and put them in. Now, in each of the projects, I've put several layers of polytherm fleece in there, just, you know, especially for your oven gloves. But if you are using these, especially for your kettle, you know, you really want to, you want several layers in there. So I thought if I show you how I layer these up, I mean, you've got your templates and you've got your pattern instructions. And on the top as well, because I use the Dresden design for each of these, you know, on the little pads, on the mitts, on your tea cosy and on your mats as well. What I've done here is I did an extra layer of batting. So to really make sure your polytherm fleece, you know, is protecting and you're not piercing into this one, then pop a little piece of batting onto the back of the panel, anywhere, and this really is only if you want to quilt it. And so first
so you do your quilting first of all?
Do your quilting first and only do that through the batting layer. And then for the pot holders, so we've got the main panel, your batting. I've already done the quilting on here just to sort of skip ahead, but I will show you how to do the Dresden in just a moment. Then we've got 1 layer of the polytherm fleece silver side facing up towards you, and then 2 layers, so again of the polytherm fleece, but this time the silver side facing towards the table, if you like. And then finally, I mean, even the fabric, I mean, initially when I made these, I just put a plain fabric on the back, but even this is beautiful. You know, if you get a slight mark on there, you've got that lovely design on the opposite side as well there.
But that's a lot of layers together.
A lot of layers there, and that, so when I designed these, I spent quite a lot of time talking to Sharon, the advisor from Bosel, which is the what I recommend to use in here, and it was their recommendation for their products to have the layers and to layer it up in this way.
Okay.
So the next thing that we've got in here is your little Dresden plates. So each of these are in there, everything in the panels. So whatever I do whenever I'm using a panel is I'm cutting the panel out but leaving the letter, and we've also named each piece as well. Just leave that attached so it makes it easier when you come in to construct it, so you don't have to try and remember which is which piece.
Great. Just while you arrange those, I forgot to mention that we do actually have a special deal if you want to buy all 3 panels together. So this is, you make a saving. So this is the lilac version. You get all 3 panels, all 3 patterns. So you're going to get the oven mitts, the tea cosy and the pair of hot pads, all 3 patterns, all 3 panels for $49.99. That's an awesome saving.
Very good.
You've also got the same deal for country beige. If you want to go for that, all 3 panels, all 3 patterns for $49.99 in country beige. Details are on the screen for that.
Which colour would you go for? Your country beige?
I would probably go country beige. That would fit really nicely in my kitchen. But actually the lilacs would as well.
Yeah. We can have a mixture, can't
Yeah.
we? We can swap them in and
Yeah.
out. So pop in your Dresden plates, and this is the same whether you're doing it on the mitts, the tea cosy, or on your little pot holders. Pop these out in the order that you're happy with. And then we're simply, I almost skipped ahead then and forgot what I was doing. Folding these in half, and we're going to sew along that top raw edge there. So pattern facing you, folding in half,
Do you want them
just
pressed?
sewing. Yes, please.
Okay.
So if I sew these, I'll chain piece these together, keep this nice and speedy.
I'm just going to grab a turning stick as well.
Okay. So there's such small pieces, you know, you can pin these if you want to. So I'm just folding these in half and sewing along that raw edge there. That didn't want to go through, did it? If I give you those,
Yeah.
and then that means we can get a little head start.
Yeah, of course.
So for your Dresden, if you just clip the corner of the point, that'll give you a nice finish onto that Dresden as well.
Yeah.
So each time, just giving it a little cut
If you
into
turn
the
those
corner.
together,
I
I'm
thought
not
it
sure.
had pulled it through.
Yeah.
There we go.
I didn't want to start snipping it and
Don't be
cutting a
afraid.
hole.
Snip it off.
So then I'm just using a turning tool just to push that point through.
That's it. And then give those a real good press.
Yeah.
So once you've pressed those, then again, you're just going to pop those out in the order that you want. They have been, the colours, you'll see them as you sort of open up your panels. They've been designed to run in a specific order, but you can mix those up if you want to. So we'll get those out.
Sorry, I'm being a bit
No,
slow,
not at
aren't
all,
I?
not at all.
Slow and steady wins the race.
There you go. That'll be me on my bike, that's what I'll be saying. Every
What's
movement.
your absolute chill out thing to do? Because it's not sewing, is it? Because you sew, you're a bit like me. You sew
No,
hell
it is
for
sewing.
leather.
I do.
Is it?
Yeah, I do. I do a lot of sewing. Chill out. Oh, I'm not very good at chilling out, Stuart.
Oh, does that go in the middle? That's nice. Like it.
No, I'm not very good at chilling
Oh.
out. I don't know what my chill out. I don't have time to chill out. I like to be busy.
Yeah.
But
yeah. But you need a bit of something sometimes, don't you? Just to totally switch off. And I suppose you've got the gym now, haven't you?
that, and I think I said last time, because I'm not very good at switching off. I've never been very good. I always like to be busy. I started playing the guitar.
Oh yeah, I've seen the post. Very good. Bright pink
Bright
electric
pink,
guitar.
Oh, I love it. I absolutely love it.
Seams open.
Seams open, yeah. So I'll sew them all together first.
Okay.
That's been really nice actually, and it does not come easy to me. It
No.
doesn't come naturally to me. So I wanted something really to just help me switch off, but challenge me as well. I was very happy I learnt Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer.
That's impressive. And I think it
And
always sounds
Jingle
good on the
Bells.
electric guitar, doesn't it?
It was really funny actually. When we went to see our tutor, we go every week,
Yep.
me and Craig. Craig wanted to learn to play Nirvana, so
Of
very
course,
heavy metal,
yeah.
sort of lots of strumming, and he was like, "Okay, what do you want to play?" I was like, "Jingle Bells." He was like, "Are you two even married? You're so
Yeah.
different."
Yeah. But I bet you were playing with style, weren't you? And then at the end of the class, did you like smash your guitar up and like scream?
Honestly, well, my niece, I didn't realise, funnily enough, I took it round to play it to my nieces. I've got lots of young nieces. So I'm sitting there thinking, I was like, I've got something to show you, get my guitar
Yeah.
out, thinking they're all going to be impressed. They were like, should we go and get ours? 3 of my nieces, and I've never known, play the guitar. So I was sort of like one string at a time, jingle
Yeah.
bell, really slow.
Yeah.
And they're like, just playing this. I was like, since when? So we're having a bit of a
Like
competition.
Jimi Hendrix.
Honestly, I was
You're
like...
ding, ding, ding.
Yeah.
Ding,
That's what I'm
ding, ding.
And then I go, oh, look, hang on, let me start again.
Hey, you've got to start somewhere. I'm proud of you. That's really cool.
My
A friend of mine
brother-in-law
started learning
said-
to play the piano on her 50th birthday.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's so old.
Give that a little press. Well, I
Yep.
think I told you the story. I wanted to play the violin. And I went to play, I asked to play the violin, and they said the tutor is off permanently unwell. I was like, okay, can I
Right.
learn to play the piano? I did a little bit when I was younger. The tutor's off unwell, and I was like, well, I'm not leaving until I've got like a new hobby. And they said, how about playing the guitar, and I was like, yep, book the first class. And when we got there, our tutor, he's really cool, he's in a band, you know, he's like, how do you fancy like an electric guitar? I said, which one is it? It was the pink one. I was like, that's what we're doing.
That's the one.
That's what we're doing.
Nice.
So the next thing that we're going to do is we've got this little quarter Dresden here. Make sure the pattern's facing up towards you. Now, in this project, there is a little bit of lightweight interfacing used just to make it easier to secure that into place. So what we're doing here is just placing the interfacing, and I'm placing the fusible side of the interfacing onto the pattern side and just sewing around that curve. But I'm learning Sweet Alabama now.
Oh, are you? Like Sweet Home Alabama.
Sweet
that
Home
one.
Alabama,
Yeah,
that's it.
Another one. Well, that's pretty cool.
And it's tested me.
Yeah.
In my ears, it sounds really easy. I can definitely do that.
Because, I mean, we did mention this last year, Kerrie, and we have had a number of bookings. Because
for our band?
Yeah.
Well, we've got Alison Marion on the tambourine.
Yeah, Pauline Wheeler on triangle.
That's it.
Was it Charlie on drums?
Charlie's on drums.
Yeah.
Did we say Becky was singing?
Becky's
singing. Dancing. Becky's the backing dancers. You were the singer.
Oh, yeah.
That was it.
You've never heard me sing, have you? Do you want me to press that?
That's it. So if you could just snip into the curve for me, and then we'll push this through.
Yep, no problem.
What's Ben doing? What did we say Ben was doing?
Ben's a keyboard player, but Ben is a proper keyboard player.
Oh yeah, you won't want me on you. You won't want me then, Ben.
He's actually really good. He's actually a really good singer as well.
I've heard.
And such a deep voice.
Oh really?
Yeah.
So maybe you're not singing.
Like Barry White.
Really? So you're not singing then? What are you doing?
Oh, I'll do the teas. I'll bake. Can you imagine if you did like a rock concert but actually had like a sort of bake sale for everybody?
Yeah, don't ask me to bake. Could do like a little charity thing, couldn't we?
Yeah, definitely.
I think that's a
We'll have to
great
think of a band name though, won't we? Weren't we going to be Cottagecore?
I don't remember discussing the name.
I think we were going to be Cottagecore.
So what we're doing here is just placing the Dresden into the corner, aligning the raw edges here, and then we're placing the little quarter circle here, into the corner. Now, because that's fusible, we can just give that a little press. Then we've got all of our layers, the backing fabric, your 2 polytherm pieces facing towards the back of the fabric, then your polytherm so you can see the silver side, and then your main panel. And to finish this off, we're simply going to sew. I'm not going to do that today, but just sew around there using an 1/8 of an inch seam allowance. So you're securing all of those layers together. And what I've done here is just simply use the Dresden, of course, to just do a little bit of echo stitching onto here. Now, if you were using those, like we mentioned, you might possibly be using these outside in the summer for your little plates or your side plates, then you might not want to put the hanging loop on. But intended is the hanging loop. We've got your fusible interface in here, fusible side facing to the wrong side. And if you wouldn't mind, just so we can show, we're going to press this in half into the centre. Just to make the little hanging loop.
No problem.
I also learned as well, I was having a good chat with Ian.
Yes.
And Ian was in a band and played the guitar.
He?
Yes, so we're going to recruit Ian.
Wow.
So we need
It's
to
quite
know
cool,
who else.
isn't
It's
it?
really cool. He said, what are you learning? And I started singing Sweet Home Alabama, and he said, keep to the guitar, don't sing. No, he didn't really. I got a bit carried away singing down the phone to him, I think, when I was so excited.
Oh, you were singing down the phone?
I sang down the phone to Ian, and I got off the phone and thought, oh, poor Ian today.
Beautiful moment. Isn't it?
It was a proud moment. I was proud.
Yeah, I bet you were.
I haven't got past the introduction, though, I'm not going to lie. It's very difficult.
Well, you've got to start somewhere, haven't you?
Yeah.
Right, there we go.
So for the hanging loop, I'm just simply going to sew on both sides. I'll do one just for now, so we can have a little look how the tea cosy goes together. And for each of these projects, you've got the binding as well onto the panel. For this one, especially because these were designed originally with fat quarters to use up your remnants. What I've actually done with this one, and you'll see this on the panel, is we've got some scrappy binding on here. I mean, it's been printed and it just looks beautiful. So to finish this project, if you're popping the hanging loop on, you're simply going to fold this in half and just clip that into the corner, about an inch from the corner is fine. And then for your binding, you're simply going to attach this all the way around. Sew your binding. What I did on mine, actually, there's a lot of layers, so, you know, be careful with that, is I just did a zigzag stitch to secure that into place.
To actually secure the binding? To secure
the binding. I mean, you can hand sew this if you want to, but on each of these, I used a zigzag stitch to sew around there. But you can see it just looks really pretty with that little,
it looks
you know,
great.
that scrappy binding there as well.
And one thing you can do, a little tip from me, when you're going, if you've got lots of layers, sometimes I do quilts that are double layers of batting and they're very thick at the edge. If you set your sewing machine to sew a zigzag stitch, the more or less the widest it will do, and then zigzag around the quilt through all the layers of batting, and it will flatten them down.
Yeah, that's a lovely idea.
And then when you come
actually
to put your binding on, you'll actually find it's like binding two pieces of fabric.
That's a lovely tip, because I haven't done that with any project, actually, certainly not with this one, but because of the layers and each of these projects, that would be a huge help in this, because just trying to do a straight stitch, especially with all of those, you know, you've got to make sure they're in the right place. So zigzag stitch absolutely is
just kind of
probably
flattens everything down. Some people do it on all their quilts, you know, which I don't, but if it's a very thick layer, it'll help.
We like anything that makes it easy.
Really cool.
Nice and easy, and on that particular panel you've got two. So
great value. Another project, please.
Shall we have a look?
Yes, please.
So
I want more.
You want more?
I do want
we can
more.
bring you more. So this is the oven gloves. So again, I've gone ahead and just sewn some of these together. I mean, I really love the gingham, I have to say. I love the gingham on this one. So for this, it's very similar. You know, when you're putting the polytherm in, if you're using the polytherm, this is the product that I like to always think, you know, the double layer is the one that's actually going to touch the heat. So you've got your backing fabric here, wrong side facing towards you.
So you want that facing out towards the lining.
Right. That's
because
right.
That's the side you're going to hold.
That's the side that the heat is on.
Perfect.
Okay, so we're then putting the first layer on. I mean, we've got the curve on here, but we can trim that at a later stage. Then we've got a second layer and the third layer in exactly the same way. So this is just pointing up towards the batting. And because on the project I did quilt through this, you know, just using a lovely zigzag stitch, straight stitch, or you could leave it as it is. I just think any opportunity to put a little bit of decorative stitch in. I mean, these are stunning panels. They'd be great if you went to the effort of putting little flowers on there, wouldn't they? I mean, you can go to town. But what I wanted to show you here, let me turn these the right way. Again, I mentioned, I mean, these are this is easy to put together. They're so easy, the panels are. You've just alternating your I and J pieces. But if you're doing this for the first time, you know, if you're a beginner, it's always worth just leave, I mean, they're there anyway, leave them on. You can trim those down when you come to tidy your project up. And it just means it's making life much easier for you when you're selecting, because sometimes you can just end up with lots of pieces. So that's what I love about the panels, actually. So I've put these together again. I mean, if you're not going to quilt them, you don't need the batting. But I like to quilt, and just having that extra layer is how I personally prefer that. So I've got the layer of batting in. And then that's just there on the back. And this, once you've done your quilting, is ready to go. Again, as Stuart recommended, at this point, I'd then trim away all those letters. In the pattern, I say sew around using a straight stitch, but I much prefer your idea of using the zigzag stitch, especially because of the thickness of this. And that is the main bulk of the main oven gloves put together. And then here, again, we've got that Dresden. I mean, when I put this pattern together, you know, sometimes when you think, does it need it? Doesn't it need it?
Yes.
It's just really beautiful.
Gorgeous.
To have that in. So again, for this one, the same way, we want that double layer. So you've got your backing fabric, wrong side facing up towards you. You've got your 2 layers of your polytherm fleece. Then your last layer, that's facing up towards you. I have quilted this one already, again, just using that lovely echo stitch in there. And then what we'll do is then put the Dresden on. So in the same way as we did with the pot holder, and again in the corner there as well. Now the panel has got your semicircles on there, but that additional piece that you mentioned from the panel, I just loved that. I just love that. And for me, I like to get the most from my fabric or from the panels. So I actually just, if you have a little look, I just cut it from this section here because I just love the daisies and wanted those to really make the projects pop.
Yeah, it's really cute, isn't it? It's lovely that there's a bit extra on there if you wanted to add it.
Definitely. So then we've got the binding as well. So all we'll do once we've got these into position is just pop these layers on. And there are lots of layers, but I do just want to show you how easy it is to sew through there. So what I've done here, folded the binding in half and given that a little press. And then we're simply just popping this on the top like I've done here to secure this into place. And if you have a little look at the one that I've already sewn, you can see I've actually sewn it first because it is tricky to go around that corner with so many layers. So what I've actually done is sewn and followed the contours of the curve first. And then once I've done that, it is at this stage that I would trim away the excess.
Get rid of all that excess,
So
and that's going to make it a lot easier to bind as well, isn't it?
Definitely. And of course, you know, when you're putting this together onto your main part of the project now, you've got that design there. So again, I would definitely be sewing the outer raw edge of the panel, and then you're using the mitt itself to get the contours onto the main part. Now you are sewing through lots of layers here, so you can absolutely use your walking foot if you have one, but if you take it nice and slow on the sewing machine, it will sew around all of those layers nice and slow. So if your machine allows it, slow it right down, or you know, just keep that pedal nice and steady.
Let your machine do the work for you.
Let it do its job, that's right.
So often we kind of, you know, we drag or push the fabric through, but the feed dogs will take it, won't they?
Absolutely. And really for projects like this with so many layers, that's exactly what you need to do. So just pop that onto there. These clips
So you only actually bind along the top edge
Only
at this
bind in the
stage?
top edge, that's right.
Gotcha.
So I'm just going to do that on there. And as I mentioned, you then just simply cut in that excess so it all ends up the same. And because you've already sewn this, it's then easier to pop the extra little bit on. And I would, again, just increase your stitch length, straight stitch this time, longest stitch, and, you know, just secure that into place.
Yes.
So let's just do the binding on there. And again, to be honest, like most of our projects, these are nice, easy projects to make. And they're just nice, aren't they? You know, I don't know about you, but when you take your tree down, everything seems a bit bare.
Bit plain, I mean, the house seems twice the size.
Which is
once
nice.
the tree's gone, which is nice. But yeah, a bit bare. I've actually said, because Charlie's going to take all the Christmas decorations while I'm away, but I've actually, in the kitchen, I've left some things out. Not Christmassy as such, but...
so it doesn't feel,
So it doesn't feel so bare. I've left a few of the, lights up. And also I bought these really nice sort of metal, they're almost like shaker style houses. Some of them are this tall and some of them are smaller, and you can put tea lights in them, all made out of metal, but all kind of painted beige and
do you know, I
cream
think, lovely. I love things like that.
So I've left them out as well.
It's nice to have all the tea lights and the candles on though, isn't it? We have candles on all the time.
Me too.
So that's it, we're popping this on, simply bringing this over to the back. Oh, I've missed a little bit there. And then, as I mentioned, that's it, second time round. I think it's just the trimming, so we've ended up with a little bit extra. Folding this across, it's just a nice way, again, to get the most from your panel or your fabric, whichever you're choosing to work with. And then we're zigzagging across there just to secure that
actually compresses down really quite easily,
really
doesn't it?
Nice, And,
I'm surprised at how easy that binding went on.
And using your technique even more so. And to be honest, I always use, well, as you know anyway, a zigzag stitch on the binding just to make sure that I've caught it on both sides.
Carol's got in touch. Carol does chilled time.
Oh, she does
Carol
chill.
does chill
But you know, I
time.
was literally just standing here thinking, what else do I do? I'm trying to come up with something, Stuart. So
New
let's...
Year's resolution, learn to relax.
No.
I'm a fine one to talk. I'm the same as you. Carol says, my relaxing is watching Sewing Street in the morning and doing some bits in the afternoon on my days off. That is a lovely way to spend the days. Yeah. I'm the same as you. I feel like I've got to fill every minute.
Yeah, it does drive Craig mad most of the time. He's like, because the problem is he'll say, all the time you're doing things, you want me to be doing things.
Yeah, there is that. Yeah.
Although I haven't been particularly well over Christmas, so I've done absolutely nothing apart from sit and watch TV. And I loved it, so maybe I will get better.
Yeah.
I was
okay
a bit
now?
like a couple of days ago. I was like, oh, happily do something now.
Right. Yeah. Oh. Yeah.
But
I
yes,
was chatting to two friends last night who were ill all over Christmas.
All Christmas, yeah. So we normally never go out for Christmas. We've never been out for Christmas Day actually, or to anywhere other than home.
Yeah.
And my mum had said, oh, as you're not feeling well, do you want to just come to me, Meg? I was like, do you know, that is the best idea. And it was just lovely to just
did your mum
turn
cook
up.
Christmas?
She did all the cooking.
Oh, what's your gravy like?
Spectacular. She uses corn flour.
Lovely. Good. Yes.
She's very much, and that's what she'll say to me all the time. Yeah, so it was really nice actually. It just made for a lovely change to just turn up, have dinner. She wouldn't let us do anything, wouldn't let us do any washing up.
Oh.
And just leave it all behind and go home to the wrapping paper. Yeah.
Gorgeous.
So once you've done that, you know, once you're happy, the only thing that I didn't mention actually is the Dresden itself. You can machine stitch that, but I then just did a little bit of hand sewing on here to secure that to the panel. You can top stitch it if you prefer. All that's left to do to finish the oven gloves now, again, I haven't bought the binding in, I don't think, with me, is to just put your binding on there. Use Stuart's tip of zigzagging the edges, sewing your binding from the top, because I always find that it always looks a little bit better, especially with something that's got the curves. And then you can either zigzag stitch it, but for this one, because of the layers, especially with the mitts, then I just did the, you know, the slip stitching there on the back.
Yeah.
And that's how your oven gloves go together.
Perfect. Perfect. Love those.
We're nearly ready to bake a cake.
Just pop your egg into your icing
there you
mix.
Go.
Step one.
Not the icing mix, Stuart.
Pint of water in with the cake mix. Lovely. Excellent. So we've got the tea cozy. Which is a big Dresden.
It's a lot. Do you know, actually, it did look great as a hat, actually. It's given me more ideas. But
there
you go. But it really was, when I did the tea cozy, you know, my auntie, she was very, very old-fashioned. And she always said, you know, when somebody comes to visit, you make the effort. And she always had a tea cozy. And I remember hers from being little, she had a Dresden on there. So this design was really important. I mean, I wouldn't have acknowledged that when I was younger.
No.
But just having that one that stands really proud. And as you say, looks like a beautiful sunshine in those yellows.
Oh, it really does. It really does. Very popular, actually, is the big bundle, which has got all 3 panels and all 3 patterns in it. You can get that for $49.99. The details are on screen for the lilac version. But if you want to get the country beige version, you will need this code. That one right there. That one. Oh, look, it looks like I'm holding it. Right there.
That was very good, wasn't it?
There's only 8 bundles left.
Don't you love it when things like that happen, when it just works?
I'm useless at the spatial awareness. I never get it right which side I'm pointing to.
Yeah, I'm with you actually. I'm not very good at spatial awareness.
Oh, now I really love the contrast there. That is stunning. Look at that.
It really
that's
pops,
a bit of
doesn't
all right.
It really pops.
Yeah, love that. Love that. So you've already done your Dresden.
So I've already done the Dresden. Look, I hadn't
technique?
even noticed. It's exactly the same technique. You've got more petals on there, of course. Sewing this on using your slip stitch, and I've not done it on this one, is you've got your echo quilting just onto here. So in the same way, I've done that here with your interfacing, so that just covers the raw edges there and glues down. And the reason that I do it that way is just, you know, they're the things that I like sitting and perhaps sewing late, you know, when you're when you're relaxing,
Yeah.
and you can just sew those into place, but it secures it without pinning through that bosal foam, that polytherm there. So for your teapot, again, what we're going to do with this one, because I'm going to quilt this one, your batting's on the back, then you've got your 2 layers. This time you want the thermal facing outwards.
Right.
Okay. So for this one here, all I've done is place that on. I've already done the hanging loop, which is exactly the same as what we did with the pot holder.
Yes.
And then just on the bottom, again, just to really make that pop in the same way as I've done the back. So your back's missing your Dresden, of course, is we're just going to place this on top and sew along that raw edge.
Okay, and you're sewing through the batting as well?
I'm sewing through. You can do
kind
it,
of adding a bit of quilting.
with or without. It's entirely up to yourself. There is a pattern direction on this one, so just be aware of that one. So yeah.
Glad you pointed that out, because I would have missed that.
Yeah. Well, I'm not going to lie, I did it first time round.
Okay.
I got ahead of myself thinking I know the pattern well, and I did a little bit of unstitching.
Fatal error.
Definite fatal error. So just a 1/4 inch seam allowance on these projects.
It's interesting though, isn't it? I think you and I are quite similar in lots of ways, but we end up making our projects as foolproof as it's possible because we both need that ourselves.
I definitely need that, yeah. I always try and think as well, you know, I've been teaching sewing classes for a long time. I always try and think when I'm doing a project or a pattern, or what are the questions that I would be getting asked if it was in a class.
Yes. Yes, and you try and
cover those.
Yes, yes, anticipate and answer them.
So if you wouldn't mind giving that a little
press. Of course I will.
There we go. I could have gone a little bit further up. And so the same there for the back. So we've got the back of the tea cozy cover. We've got the fabric on the bottom already, and your 2 layers. This time I haven't put the batting in there because I'm not doing any quilting. If you wanted to, you know, really go to effort, if you were making this for a gift, you might want to do some nice straight line or crosshatch on there. If that's the case, wouldn't it look nice with
crosshatch?
Yeah,
definitely. And I suppose as well, you could actually crosshatch the background and then put your Dresden on top, couldn't you, rather than having to stop and start all those different times.
I think with you know, your nice threads and things, I'd probably go for yellow if I'm being honest. I love it when the thread pops.
Would look absolutely beautiful.
You know, if you've made it several times, it's nice to add an extra little thing to feel like you're making something different sometimes.
I agree.
So what we'll do is place these all together. Now, as with all of the projects, what I'd recommend doing here is definitely zigzag stitching your edges because you've got so many layers. So we're just placing those pattern facing, making sure our hanging loop is resting there in the centre and clipping through those layers. 1/4 inch seam allowance, and we're just sewing around the exterior of that tea cozy.
Fab. Oh, Steph's got in touch with more relaxing ideas like this. We're going to get you sorted.
Sorted.
We've had gravy and cooking tips, now how to relax. Steph's morning, Stuart.
They're not tips. I didn't give any tips out today.
I relax by doing crochet. Now I'm learning about granny squares. Lots of love. Oh, fabulous. And there's loads of different granny squares you can do, aren't there? Real, once you get into it, I believe. Leslie's also got in touch to say, great demos today, thank you. I'm watching whilst taking down the decorations. I always leave decorations on one small tree. She says, lazy. Not really. But wrap handmade glass ornaments in tissue paper. I'm going to try to make tiny padded bags out of scraps, so reusable and posh. Love that.
Very nice.
Very nice indeed.
That's my kind of relaxing. I like that. I can do that. It's relaxing.
I can get on board with that too.
It's funny actually, because my daughter was baking a cake for my mum a couple of days ago, and all the baking stuff, you know, it migrates higher and higher in the kitchen.
Does.
And I was getting down I don't know what I was getting down, one of the mixing things, you know. I'm sure there's a special name for it.
They're called bowls.
Oh, is that what they're called? Anyway, I was getting down the mixing bowl. I think it was more elaborate than that, Stuart, but we'll go with bowl.
All right then.
And when I got it down, there's a little snow globe, Christmas one, on top of the kitchen cupboard.
Right.
It's obviously been up there since last year.
Oh.
And I did wonder where it was this year. I did say to Greg, I'm sure we had another one.
And you finally found it.
So I found it just in time to put it away ready for next year.
We did the same. A couple of months ago, we had gone out to a garden centre and we'd found the most beautiful Christmas tree decorations. So we had spent a fortune, bought all these extra decorations. Couldn't find them when we did the tree. Hunted high and low, turned the house upside down, farm upside down. Couldn't find them anywhere. 2 days ago, Charlie found them.
It's so frustrating, isn't it? I am definitely like that.
Yeah.
I have lots of safe places.
Exactly. Well, I said I'll put them in a safe place so I remember where they are. He's like, you won't remember. What can you do?
So what you need to do now is set a little notes section up. This
Yeah.
is my top tip for you today.
Okay, go on.
Set a little notes section up on your phone.
Yeah.
And put a list of your safe places.
Okay.
There you go. So when you come up with a great idea of a
Yeah.
safe place, you just put it in your notes.
Okay, I like that.
And then you've got places to retrace your steps, haven't you?
Okay. Oh, this is an interesting one. Margaret. Margaret says, please can you explain the rationale behind the name Dresden plate? I hear you say it and I know the shape it refers to, but would like to know the history behind it. Steph's also said, I adore the Dresden plate, gorgeous design, Kerrie. Stuart, you need to design some Dresden boxer shorts. Nice, good.
Now we all have an image.
Yeah, that can live rent-free in everyone's brain. Dresden plate, I think I know where it comes from, Margaret, but I might have to research it.
I don't know.
Do you know?
I don't know the answer to that. I don't, I'm afraid. I just know it's very pretty and I love it. I don't know the answer to that.
I think
I feel like we should.
Dresden pottery. It's German pottery, isn't it? And like they do decorative plates. So Dresden pottery, and it's collected by a lot of people. And I've always assumed it just came from the decorative plates that people would have on shelves or on dressers.
I love the sound of it.
I don't know about the zigzaggy edge because I think Dresden plates can be a rounded edge, can't they?
Yes, they can, yeah.
As much as they can be a zigzaggy edge. This is a Dresden plate, we'll show you. Those are real Dresden plates. That makes sense now, doesn't it, Margaret? Don't you think?
Stuart, it sounds like you were right.
Wow, you know.
I've learned something new
You
today.
look at the Dresden plate block and then you can kind of see the similarities, can't you?
Every day is a learning day.
There you go, look. Yeah, just makes sense.
It's just lovely, isn't it? I mean, that image, you just having the florals and
Yeah.
the polka dot. There's lots of projects where that
Gosh, taking
might
me
not
back to the
work,
80s.
but-
That's like somebody's cut up my wardrobe from the 80s. Just go back to that,
Is that
Dresden
your memory
plate
cushion?
a minute. Look, just go back to that Dresden plate a minute, the patchwork one.
Where did it go? Is that your memory Dresden plate, is it?
Well, I'm looking at that and they've got a lot of warm memories there coming back. That does look like an awful lot of the clothes I wore in the 1980s. If it wasn't me, it was my mum.
Did you wear Bermuda shorts? Do you remember Bermuda
Oh,
shorts?
no. But I used to have...
I loved mine.
No, I used to have the Miami Vice style cotton jackets, unlined jackets with the big shoulder pads that were like sort of pastel ice cream coloured
like
checks
I'm feeling
and
you
things.
doing like a little dance.
Push
when
up
you're
your
wearing them.
sleeves, warm with a t-shirt and like white trousers.
Did you do the dance? Did you do like a little dance with them? I feel like you might have done some
Spent my whole
dancing.
life doing a little dance, Kerrie. Have you only just noticed?
I just can see you doing it.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
Yeah. I wasn't that into Miami Vice, but I did quite like the style. I loved the clothes of the 1980s.
Yeah,
Battling
I love
sleeves.
the 80s. And my mom with her big high, you know,
Yeah.
she just had big
earrings.
big earrings.
Yeah.
I just loved
Electric blue mascara.
Electric blue mascara, eyeliner, and you know, I always remember being young and going out with my mom dancing, and her friends, she had twin friends, and I just loved them, and I always wanted to be like them. Do you remember when people used to do this like with their fringe?
Oh yeah.
It was like really thin.
Yeah.
And I used to try
rigid.
and do it. Yeah, but I had really curly hair, so that's what I always wanted, because I'd look from the side and it'd just be this bit of fringe.
Sculpted.
Very sculpted.
VO5 hair mousse.
Yeah, that's what I wanted for my...
It's revolutionary.
It was.
Wet look gel. I remember that, wet look gel.
I think that might be coming back, you know.
Really?
Yeah, well, I don't know. It depends whether my son's on trend, but his hair is always like wet look gel.
Wet look.
I'm like, dry your hair. He's like, it's dry, Mum. So he's either on trend or he's behind. I don't know which it is. Anyway, let's put this tea cosy together. So we've got your tea cosy. Lining goes together in the same way. You know, your two fabrics, pattern facing, and then sewing around the exterior there. Just clip into the corners wherever you've got a curve. And then we're simply going to drop this inside, just like a bag. And we're finishing this with the binding. I mean, you could do this a different way if you wanted to, but as all of the other projects have got the binding, I decided to stick with the binding on this one. So what I tend to do with something like this is to line up the seams first of all, put the clips on, I think we're nearly at the end, and then stretch this out so there is no sagging on the inside. So keep this nice and stretched, clip this into place, and again zigzag stitch around the edge of there, and all there is left to do this. Now there's two pieces here on the binding, so when you're putting the binding on, just line those seams up so that just naturally marries up, just to give that a nice finish. And again, when you're clipping around the exterior edge there, you know, we're just clipping all the way through those layers. And when you arrive at the opposite side, you'll notice that it is a little bit too big. And what we're going to do is overhang one end. You might even need to trim just a little bit of this away. And then the extra bit here, we want the seam to end in the same place.
Okay.
So we're cutting this 1/4 inch over. And on the ironing board, or just finger press, we're just going to fold this 1/4 inch and just score that fabric. And then once this comes across, that folded edge there is lining up with your seam. So as you poke this back on top, fold this back over, and your seam there is just marrying up at the side as well, just to give that a nice finish. And all that's left to do to complete your tea cosy, again, just sew the binding into position. And then when you come to stitch that binding, all I did here is just turn this the right way out to make it easier, and slip stitch the binding or zigzag stitch the binding. It's entirely up to yourself. But there's your tea cosy.
Awesome, that's lovely. It's my favourite project. Gorgeous. Teresa, I adore you. Teresa's message to say, this is a relaxing tip, how to relax. My Christmas bunting has been up since last year, and it's going to stay up until next year.
And the year after?
Yeah, so you've saved 2 jobs there, putting it up and taking it down. I like your style. I always save my hand sewing to relax. Yeah, gorgeous. Steph's got back in touch to say, apparently, it's got nothing to do with porcelain. It goes back far before that time.
I think we need to do some research.
Yeah, I'm going to have to do my research. I don't know, because they look so similar.
Yeah. When are we in together next? If we're in, we'll do our research and we'll...
Yeah, we'll come back, we'll liaise.
We'll know the answer by then, hopefully.
For sure. I love it. I love it. Thanks, Kerrie.
You're
so
very
many fab
welcome.
demos
Thank
again.
you very much.
Awesome. Now, just want to let you know before we go that we've managed to get a handful of Kerrie's Strawflower Quilt pattern back in stock. We sold out in the first hour at 9 o'clock this morning, but we have managed to get a small quantity back in stock. It's $9.99. Very, very limited stock. Lots of you have already spotted this on the website. So if you do want to go for the Strawflower quilt pattern, bob onto the website and grab that. Do we just have a quick picture of the finished sample, please, just to remind you, if you're just joining us? Cool, there it is, the Strawflower quilt pattern. All right, Kerrie, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
When are you back in?
18th.
The The 18th of January?
The 18th of January.
Awesome. That's not with me, but I should be watching.
I love that you know your diary so well. I'll
You
see
take
you
care of
again in
yourself.
February, no doubt.
Exactly. Keep cooking, keep baking.
I'll try.
Keep not bringing it into work. Love
And
ya.
you'll let me keep coming as long
Love
as I
ya.
agree to that.
Love ya.
I can do that.
We love
for
you. Don't
Stuart.
bake. Don't bake.
Yeah. Or sing.
I'll see you after the break.
It's a new year, so that can only mean one thing.
It's time for those New Year resolutions.
And it's the perfect time to start a new hobby.
Jewellery Maker, Sewing Street and Hobby Maker are here whether you're starting something new or advancing your skills on a current hobby.
With all the tools you need to start, as well as expert demonstrations from our great guests.
Are you starting a new hobby this January? Share your new makes with us by tagging Jewellery Maker, Hobby Maker or Sewing Street using the hashtag New Year New Hobby.
And watch us every day from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. on Jewellery Maker.
On Hobby Maker, 6 to 8 a.m. and 1 to 6 p.m.
And 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. on Sewing Street.
Hello, I'm Catherine Wright from Leicestershire Craft Centre based in Market Harborough. I'm delighted to be part of the Sewing Street family. I've been sewing since the age of 7 when my mum taught me to sew. I particularly enjoy dressmaking, and all through my childhood I made my own clothes, including dancing costumes and my prom dresses. But I also enjoy patchwork and bag making and hand stitching and embroidery and really anything textile based. The thing I particularly love about fabric and textiles and stitching is that there is always something new to try, there's always a new technique or a new skill to learn, and I really enjoy doing that. My top tip for new sewers is to be friends with your iron. Your sewing always looks better when it's been pressed, and it's not like ironing your own clothes. It's much better than that. And also to build your skills up step by step. Don't launch in with the wedding dress first off. You know, start with a simple dress and build your skills up, and then you'll see good results right from the start and feel enthusiastic and carry on sewing. So really, just have a go, have fun. It's all about having fun and enjoying it. So happy sewing.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, Browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media, and pick up some top tips from us too.
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Hi there, welcome back. I'm ready to go. I'm coming out. That happened years ago. It's not news anymore. We're actually going to start with our early bird. Just because it's absolutely gorgeous and the web image just doesn't do it justice. So if you missed it earlier on, don't worry, we've still got a few of these left. We've got 2 options. We're going to start with Rainbow Sweets. It's a bit of beautiful fabric here. The price is dropping to $14.99. This is Hoffman, California fabrics. And these are Bali hand paints. Now, what's incredible about these is that you've actually got 40 5-inch squares, and every single one of those squares is a different colour. So this truly is like an artist's palette of colour. It's amazing. So you get 5 inches of each. These are so fine, like finely woven cotton, quite difficult to pick up. So look at those. Those are just your yellows, oranges and reds, and then we get into the pinks. Oh, look at that. Absolutely delish. They're just wonderful, vibrant, juicy colours, aren't they? And I love the variation as well in the hand paint. Look. So look, those are purples. So this is called Rainbow Sweets. Calorie free. I'd just like to point out, if you're, watching your diet now for January, and you want a little calorie-free treat, then I would suggest this as the kind of sweets you should be going for. So there's so many blues. I'm going to do a kind of a double row. Look at all of these. Every single one is different. This is absolutely, I'm going to put that one there because it's dark. It's glorious, isn't it? Absolutely glorious, glorious. I wasn't a church choir boy, but I was in the choir at school. I always loved singing. Loved it. And we had a Welsh primary school teacher, Mrs. Lloyd, who used to run the choir. And I loved being in Mrs. Lloyd's choir because she used to teach us to sing in all different languages. So we used to sing songs in Welsh, we sang songs in Latin, we sang songs in German, French, you name it. And it was great fun. Look at that. Look at that. That is $14.99 well spent. Don't you think? That is absolutely delicious. Yeah, that is lovely. Now that's the rainbow sweets. So I'm going to leave that to one side. And I'm going to show you now the pack in ambrosia. Now this isn't all custard colours, before anybody thinks it might be. This is like a pastel rainbow. And again, let me show you all the glorious colours. Oh, this is absolutely lovely. I'm gonna try and arrange them over here so I can keep them all out. So this is like pastel version. This is like the pastel version of the rainbow, because you've got all of the greens, the blues, turquoises. It's absolutely gorgeous, isn't it? This is the more popular, the pastels. It's really pretty, isn't it? But what would be lovely, I think, is to actually mix and match the two. Because what you could do then, you see, is you could pick a pastel and a bright, put them right sides together, draw the diagonal and then sew 1/4 of an inch either side. So, you know, make your half square triangles. And then put them together, you'd end up then with 80 half square triangles, which you could put together either on their own or with sashing in between. These would be wonderful if you've got baby quilts to make. These would be lovely. You could do a non-matching pair, couldn't you? You could do a bright rainbow quilt and you could do a pastel rainbow quilt, and then you've got sort of two. You know, if you were making quilts for twins or brother and sister or two sisters or two brothers. Look at that. Look at that. So I've condensed those a bit more closely. But here we look. Oh, I love it. Less than £30 for both. Absolutely gorgeous. Yummy. All right. Oh. Now. Oh, yeah. Now let me pop these to one side. I wondered where Ben was going with that. He said, talking of gorgeous, I thought, gosh, who's in the building? Has Charlie driven down? Right, there we go. Let me pop those to one side. Right, so talking of gorgeous, we have got some sock yarn. Now, these are some of my sock yarns. Now, we'll start with some Walking in Nature, although I'm wearing Rainbow Pride, but we'll start with Walking in Nature. Now, let's start with Promenade and Stride. Now, just if you pop the details up, $15.50 for these. You get 2 balls. So you get a ball of the lilacs, pinks, gorgeous soft lilac-y berry shades, and then you also get a ball with all of the lovely blues and the turquoise and the soft greys. So you can make a pair of kind of what we call vanilla socks, basic socks, up to about a size 12 foot, so really big, from one ball. Okay, if you want to make a long pair of socks like this, I mean, if you're a size 2 or a 3 or a 4, you can certainly make longer socks using one ball. But if you want to make really long socks for a larger size, you'd need 2 balls. But you could mix these 2 colours together very nicely. Now, normal price is $15.50. They've always been that price, but we are going to give you a little price reduction just because, just for today, mind. £11.50. That's a really good deal. So that makes these, what, £6? No, £5.75. £5.75 a ball. which is stonking. Absolutely brilliant. Yeah, £6.75 a ball. We're very limited. We're very, very limited on those. Remember, you get one ball of the lilacs and pinks, which is stride, and one ball of the blues, turquoise and grey, which is promenade. Remember, you don't have to do anything clever. You just knit it, and these lovely stripes, dashes and dots appear magically. There's a lovely pattern repeat throughout. All just happens. We've got less than 30 of these left. We started out with big stocks, but they are going to sell out. So if you want these now, they're £6.75 a ball, which is the best, no, £5.75 a ball, £5.75 per ball, which is considerably cheaper than I sell these for. So I would grab them. I would grab them. Do it. Grab them. Grab them. Get them while you can. We've got more in baskets than we've got, so please check out your baskets really quickly on those. If you want the promenade and stride colourway, the yarn, by the way, is 75% wool and 25% polyamide, which is a nylon. And the reason why there's that in is to give these strength and durability as socks. They are beautifully buttery soft yarns, and knitted up, they are beautifully soft. They don't feel woolly, if you know what I mean, in that sort of scratchy, hard sense. They're beautifully soft. The polyamide gives them that strength and durability, which means that these socks will last and last and last. And just in terms of care, they are machine washable. You want to wash them at 30 degrees, and you can tumble dry them on low. You can also iron them on a cool one spot setting, but frankly I never do, because you know, literally once you pull them on your feet they flatten out anyway. So you know, but you can. All right, I'll leave those with you. Those are going to sell out. Way more in baskets than we've got, I'm afraid. And I think actually this might be the last time we do walking in nature. But yeah, because I've got more ranges coming, so come on. Right, let's do, this is Hike and Wander. Wander and Hike. That beautiful folk duo, Wander and Hike. Let me grab a couple of samples. We'll match the price, of course. Normal price should be $15.50, but we're doing them today, and today only for $11.50. Okay, so some really nice, really nice colourways these. They are lovely. And just to show you a bit of variety as well, if I just put that to one side, I'll grab a couple of samples made out of Wander. So this is a really lovely beanie hat, completely free pattern for this on the Stylecraft website. So like a triple rib, that's really cute, isn't it? Yeah, it's cute. Pair of gloves, again, completely free pattern on the Stylecraft website. What about this as a beautiful triple rib scarf? Oh, actually, that's lovely. I'm just going to pop that on. I'm going to pop that little combo on, I think. Very nice. The colours are beautiful. And this is all knitted using sock yarn. So don't think it's just for socks, or, you know, maybe, oh, well, I don't really do socks, or I don't want to do socks. I mean, you do want to do socks. They're absolutely lovely. Oh, earpiece has fallen out. There we go. I'm back in the room. So there, look, what do you think? Yeah, like those. And then obviously you've got the matching gloves as well. So again, all of these patterns are free. The only one that's a paid for pattern is the really long hiking socks. But everything else that I show you is a free pattern on the website. So, you know, go fill your boots, as they say. So that is Wander. Really like those colours. And then we've also got Hike. Hike's probably my favourite colourway out of all of them. They're very me colours. It's that lovely mustard gold, the beige, those soft greens, the greys and the charcoal, and all of the yarns have this lovely warm rich cream, like a clotted cream running throughout them, but doesn't that look lovely? I think this would actually absolutely look gorgeous done in a tank top, this colourway. We did make a tank top out of it, but not in this colourway, but I think that would be absolutely beautiful. Really nice. You can also use these yarns for children's clothes as well. I mean, we've used them for adults, but it does obviously spread the pattern out a bit more. But you can use it very successfully for children's clothes, for little sweaters, cardigans, tank tops, that kind of thing. And actually, our lovely Yvonne McAtamney showed me a cardigan that she'd knitted in my first colourway, which was called Colours of the World, and she had done a cardigan, but what she'd done was obviously the front panel was one section, two sections, but the back, to keep the pattern looking exactly the same as the front, what she did was divided the back of the cardigan into two panels, so there was a centre seam, and she cast on at the same point with two balls of yarn, knitted the sections, and then mattress stitched the two together, matching the pattern up, so the whole of the back still carried on the same pattern, same on the sleeves. Absolutely brilliant. She's a very, very good knitter. Brilliant. Awesome. Awesome. This would work really well in this colourway too, I think. Really nice colourway. Again, two balls, you're only paying £5.75 per ball. Now grab these while you can. How many in baskets? Okay. Okay. Yeah, so many of these in baskets now, more than 15 of these in baskets. So make sure you check out your basket, won't you? And then get ready for the next lot, which will be coming probably about May time, I think. Yeah, it'll be May time, which will be fun. I'm excited about that, sharing some new colours with you. Right, quick stock update. Stride and Promenade. We've got 10 bundles left, 9 left now, and 18 in baskets. So those are going to sell out. Grab those if you want those colourways. On all of them, actually, be quick as you can. Right, then I'll take this scarf off. And let's do the last two colourways. So this is Dilly Dally and Ramble. So I've got here a triangular shawl. Now again, this is a free pattern. You've seen me wear my other one many times. Now this is using two balls. This is using 2 balls of Dilly Dally. But personally, what I would do is use one of each. And then I would do 2 rows one colour, 2 rows the next colour, and keep working through the pattern. That was actually how this scarf or shawl was designed. So I don't know if you want to just have a little look at that, but it really does knit up beautifully. And it's just a different way to use your sock yarn. It's so soft and snuggly. Isn't that yummy? Really yummy. So soft and cosy. So this is Dilly Dally. And then we've got Ramble. 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 This is very beautiful too. Yeah. Lovely. Yeah. And this is also the one that we knitted a tank top up in. So I'll just show you that. So obviously on larger things, the pattern does stretch out, but it is lovely, isn't it? Ben, do you need that? It's lush, isn't it? You can't have it because it's mine. Sorry. Sorry about it. Not sorry. Ah, Ben just said that's his favourite thing he's ever seen on the channel. Ever. Ever. Thank you. So this is Ramble. I say this one is like almost a rainbow because you've got reds, oranges, golds, blues, green. So you've got a real nice mixture. It's a bit kind of primary, but really fun. And again, personally, I think the range is very non-gendered. So if you're making these socks or scarves or gloves or whatever you're making with them for boys or girls, men or women. You know, it covers all the bases, I think, which I really like. And remember, all those free patterns. Yeah, must go online and download them. Why not? We wrote them. You know, it would be a shame not to you know, see them being made by people. And this shawl as well, I'll just show you. It's mostly garter stitch. There's a little bit of cable at the edging, and I'll show you why in a second. But doesn't that knit beautifully? Really lush. And if I just show you on the very edge, can you see right on that edge there is a little twisted cable all along the edge, which just creates this really gorgeous edging. Now if you've just done my Cable Magoria blanket, you'll be looking at that going, that's easy. That's just a little twisted cable. It's the easiest cable ever. It's so easy. I mean, you don't have to do it. You could just literally garter stitch up to the edge. That wouldn't be a problem. But I do think it adds a nice little extra dimension. So that is Ramble and Dilly Dally. Again, £11.50. Now Helen's got in touch, who is in Herefordshire. Beg your pardon. Oh, sorry, my contact lenses have just gone a bit. No, it's fine. That height quilt would make a lovely version of Sam Sabido's shawl, Stuart. Going to try the socks from Helen. Oh, yes. Yes, it would. Now, just keep in mind, Helen, it's a 4-ply rather than a DK. But what you could do is you could put a strand of a 2-ply or a 4-ply or a 3-ply with it, and just bring it up. You'd have to check your tension, but you could do that, and you could crochet and knit with it. Actually, it would look really nice with a second colour added in. Ooh, you've made me think now. Laurie's asked, hi Stuart, how many balls of wool for a scarf, please? So if we're talking about this one here, this triangular shawl, Laurie, this takes 2 balls. So if you buy any of the packs, you can do this. I mean, obviously this has been knitted up with 2 balls of Dilly Dally. Personally, I love this, but personally I would mix the 2 together because you get more colour variation, and I just find that a little bit more exciting and fun, and they would all work in pairs. If we're talking about this, again, 2 balls. 2 balls. But like I say, jump onto the website, Starcraft website, and download the patterns. You'll have all your details there. All right, I'm going to leave that there. Last thing I want to show you wool-wise is Show Your Pride. So this is single balls now. You can get these as single balls. Now, Show Your Pride comes in 2 versions. The wide stripe, which is called Be Bold, and the narrow stripe, which is called Be You. So let's start with Be You. And the price on this per ball is $6.99. $6.99. $6.99 for this. Now there is a bundle with both the wide and the narrow stripe together, but I'll show you them individually first. So this is the narrow. Now when you knit socks using this yarn, you're going to get about 4 rows per colour. That's across about 60 to 70 stitches. You'll get about 4 rows per colour, and it goes red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple, and then repeats and just keeps repeating through. So that's Be You. And then we've got Be Bold, and this is the wide stripe. Now the wide stripe is double that, so you'll get about 8 rows per colour, and that's your colour repeat. This is a fun little project as well. I'll just show you this. So little narrow scarf. It's got some simple yarn over lace at the bottom, and then the rest of it is stocking stitch. And I love how thin and twizzly and round your neck you can take that. Isn't that lovely? Love it. Really good. But also, how cute is this tiny cardigan? I love small things, small clothes. It's so cute. It's absolutely adorable. Really, really cute. Little clear flowery buttons. Adorable. And it's just a bit more fun than knitting with plain wool. Also, actually, the Show You Pride, because they're just a self-striping rather than self-patterning, these would work quite nicely for crochet as well. So if you were doing things like granny squares or a granny blanket with this, obviously as you're going around, you're going to get sort of, in the centre you're going to get large blocks of colour, but then as you go out you'll get single rows and then partial rows as you keep going out. So that could be really fun to work with. The bundle, for both, you make a little saving. It's £12.99 for the 2 balls, as opposed to £15.98. No, 13. Yeah, £25.98. £25.98. No, what am I talking about? £13.98. Sorry, maths is terrible today. What's wrong with me? That skinny scarf, I reckon you could make that whole scarf out of 1 ball, by the way. I know. Good, huh? Love it. Should we do some Liberty? Let's do some Liberty. Come with me. I'm going to take the iPad with me. Now then, should we start with Big Bundle? Lovely. Right. So we've got a big bundle of Liberty. This is absolutely delicious. This is Liberty Collector's Home Curiosity Brights fabric bundle. Now there are some absolutely beautiful fabrics in here. Love these silhouette flowers. Absolutely delicious. Just while I show you these fabrics, just answer a quick question. Carol's got in touch to say, is there any way to make the edges not turn in on knitting? Well, on stocking stitch, they do always curl inwards. If you do a little like knit purl, and then on the other way do a knit purl again, so you're actually doing the opposite, so like moss stitch basically at the edges, 2 or 3 stitches of moss stitch at either edge, it will hold those edges flat. I don't know about the rest whether that would naturally want to curl in anyway, but I think it would hold it out. Experiment, but try adding across a moss stitch border around the edge. So on a scarf you'd put a little bit across the bottom and then keep it going up the sides as well, and then obviously you might just be doing plain stocking stitch in the middle. Anyway, back to fabric now. So all these beautiful, look at these, absolutely gorgeous. So many lovely fabrics in this bundle. You've actually got 15 half-metre cuts, and I love that green at the end. It's a real kind of floral collection, isn't it? Absolutely beautiful, and a nice range of different styles. You've got the sort of quite typical Liberty prints. I always think of something like this, or this, or this, as real quintessential Liberty, small scale Liberty. I need to tell you we've only got 6 of these bundles left, so if you do want the bundle, you'd need to be quite quick. So you've got those small prints, and then Liberty do mid-scale really nicely, things like this. So you've got your mid-scale, like this one with the butterflies on. That's lovely. So you've got your mid-scale. And then what Liberty are doing more of, which is really good for us quilters, bag makers, sewers, is more of these sort of tonal fabrics, which are just so useful in patchwork. So here you've got a couple of florals, but there's kind of a silhouette, really, with just a little bit of detail in the centre. You've got a few that read as solids but have just a very delicate tone-on-tone pattern. And then you've got some monochromatics. So you've got, this is lovely, isn't it? This is like Venetian tiles, love that. This one, which is a kind of hybrid of leaf, I think it is a leaf, but it's kind of giving me feathery vibes as well. And then this really pretty little stripe, but very, very useful fabrics. Now, I just need to let you know that this bundle is heavily oversubscribed. There are way more of these in baskets than we have. This is a bundle that when it's gone, it's gone. So this is your last chance to buy. 5 of these bundles left, 12 in baskets. I am calling time on this one. Calling time. Ain't you got... That's it. Come on, last orders. Ain't you got no homes to go to? I used to work in a pub. I loved doing that. Ringing the bell. Oh, and then going around and collecting in the ashtrays. Ooh, that wasn't such a nice job, but it tells you how long ago it was. These bundles about to sell out. If it's in your basket, check it out. It's in danger of being stolen out of your basket by someone like me who just comes along and whisks it away. It can happen, I'm afraid. It can happen, and it does happen all the time. So do check out your baskets, won't you? Right, shall we do some fat quarters? Let's do some fat quarter bundles. Pretty, pretty, pretty. Now, I've got 7 different fat quarter bundles here. I'm just going to dive straight in. I want to dive straight in with something which is a little bit different, or a colour palette that's just a little bit different and really, really rather pretty. Look at these beautiful fabrics here. That is a bit of all right. Sorry, this one ends 2-3. Loving this. Loving these soft greys. So if you've always thought of Liberty as being kind of multicoloured or kind of pinks and blues, and this is lovely, soft greys, soft pinks. That is delicious. Absolutely beautiful. Now, 5 fat quarters, bit of solid. You could easily make some beautiful makeup purses, little spectacle cases and bags, sort of gorgeous small things, I think, would be lovely made in this. Isn't that gorgeous? And I love this dark print. I mean, that I could just have oodles of, but that is delicious. Also, tell you, Kerrie from Living in Loveliness does a lovely pattern, which is like 3 hexagonal dishes almost in fabric that sit large, medium, small, and for things like, you know, storing your jewellery in or things on a dressing table. That would work really nicely for this. Beautiful. Really like that one. So that's in the soft greys and pinks. Now then, next up, let's do something which is more kind of typically Liberty, or what I think of Liberty. This ends 4-3. So this has got those lovely, more traditional floral colours. So again, 5 fat quarters. It's a brilliant price point for Liberty. It's a brilliant price point for Liberty, because Liberty is really expensive and it is getting super expensive. The wholesale price now, I'm sorry to say this, but it's the truth, it is eye-watering. So, stock up. Those are delish. Beautiful, yeah. If you really like the Dresden, this would work really nicely for Dresden. And because it's actually not that much piecing and then appliqued to a background, just appliqued to a plain white or plain cream background, you could actually get quite a lot of quilt out of 5 fat quarters. I don't say a double bed quilt, obviously, but you could stretch that quite a long way for Dresden blades. You really could. You'd get quite a lot out of that. Which is one of the reasons, of course, why it was such a popular pattern during the 1930s, because there were a lot of applique patterns then, because you could make a small amount of pretty fabric go a really long way. So if you want to make your liberties go a long way, look at patterns from the 1930s. That would be a tip. All right, next one, I'm going to go backwards now to that original bundle that I showed you with those lovely soft greys and pinks. This ends 20. This has been very, very popular. It's nice, isn't it, when you see something familiar, so the Liberty look, very familiar, but then colourways that perhaps are less familiar, soft and gentle. Love this one with the butterflies. That is gorgeous. Again, summery accessories. Or a summery quilt. Or a very, very beautiful baby quilt. That would be stunning, wouldn't it, for a baby quilt? Mixed with white or the softest pastel pink, pastel blue, or even a really soft grey. That would be yummy. It's been very, very popular, this one. How many of these bundles do we have left? Okay. We're okay. It's been really popular, but this is one we knew would be popular, so we've got a decent stock of this one. But like I say, I was looking at the new Liberty ranges that are coming through, and then saw the price that yeah. It is. Now you remember the mega bundle of Liberty I showed you? It's delish, it's beautiful. We've only got 4 of them left. 13 of them in baskets. Shall I just grab that bundle back? Let me just grab that bundle back for a second. I don't want you to miss out on this one. And there are literally 4 left. There's so many of you with this in your baskets. Thank you, Becky. Just lovely, this one. I'm not going to mess them up this time, don't worry. Be careful folding. Becky's not looking convinced. Oh, it's lovely. This is like an absolute gorgeous stash builder of Liberty. You've got a great range of colours. You've got a great range of patterned, floral, stripe, tone on tone. You've got large, medium and small scale. There's only 3 of these left. Those last 3 are about 3 times oversubscribed, more than that, 5 times oversubscribed. How many of them are in baskets? 16, so 3 times what we've got. No, that's 5 times. I told you my maths is shocking today. Just gorgeous. And you can literally kind of pluck 2 and say, oh, there's a little bag. Gorgeous. There's a little bag, or a couple of little bags. Let's put, what about that with the yellow? That would be pretty together. There we go. More. They would look beautiful together. It's really easy, I think, with Liberty, just to put the fabrics together. A friend of mine does roaring trade, actually, particularly at Christmas. She makes gorgeous baubles using Liberty. Just, you know, with the polystyrene balls that you can get, that you then sort of mark into quarters and then into 8ths, and then use like a butter knife and make little grooves and push the fabric in to them. And then she adds a little bit of trim, little hanging loop and a tassel. And I think she sells them for about £5 or £6 each. Very nice, very nice. Beautiful. Last chance on this one now. There are 3 left, and 18 in baskets. So that will sell out. Okay, right, pop that to one side. We won't look at that one again now. Okay, let's go traditional Liberty again, ending 29. Every time I go to London, there are 2 things I do. Actually, there's lots of things I do every time I go. There's a gorgeous little vegetarian Indian restaurant just round the corner from Leicester Square that I always go for an early lunch. They do the most amazing dosa, those massive pancakes. They're about this big, really thin, and then there's lovely sort of fillings and chutneys and sauces that go with. So I always do that. And then I always go to the V&A. Always, every time I go to London, I go into the V&A, even if it's only for half an hour, just because it kind of feeds my soul with, you know, inspiration and something beautiful. I love looking at things from different countries, you know, different cultural things. And then I always go to Liberty and I have a look at the fabrics and I drool over the fabrics and I never buy them. I never buy them ever, because they're so expensive. But actually here on Sewing Street, they're actually really affordable. Those are gorgeous. Now that's got spring written all over it, hasn't it? That's Easter, spring, done and dusted. Have you seen the little fabric eggs you can make? Yeah, little fabric eggs. All it is, it's shape-wise, it's like a sort of fatter bottom and then comes up almost like a petal shape. This kind of like fat bottom and then up into a thin top. And I think you just need like 3 or 4 of those that you cut out from fabric. And then you put them right sides together and you sew them into pairs. And then you put those together and then sew them. Leave a little gap, stuff them. And then add a little hanging loop. You can add a little tassel and you can hang them. Like I've got some branches, twisty branches that I painted white, and then hang little eggs and things off them at Easter. They'd be cute. Can you show a picture of what I mean? We'll show you what I'm rambling on about. There we go. We'll show you in a second. Ben's having a moment. There they are. Oh, those are pretty. Yeah, those are lovely. I think those are just wrapped around polystyrene eggs. They're nice too. Gorgeous. But imagine those hanging on little, you know, some branches that you've painted or sprayed white. That would be nice. Or just natural coloured. And then hang those off it and put them in a vase on the hall table. Very nice. Very nice. There you are. Right. Now this is a little bit different. Again, the colours. This ends 8-2. These are gorgeous. Really gorgeous. It's this one. Well, it's this one and it's this one. Well, no, and it's all of them. They're all lovely. Right, let me show you. Collector's Home. Really nice range, actually, that. They just go together so beautifully, don't they? And if you feel like a little treat from Liberty, I think you could buy a bag in Liberty for $18.99, like a carrier bag, couldn't you? But if you want a little lovely treat from Liberty, what about this little bundle of fat quarters for $18.99? Lovely, isn't it? Really, really beautiful. And distinctly Liberty. I think really anybody that sort of likes their fabric and their sewing would look and say, oh, is that Liberty? Oh, that's a bit of all right. If you love Sally Ann Harrison's designs, Sally Ann does loads of patterns, gorgeous patterns with Liberty. She did the fabulous Liberty dress pattern and the Liberty shoes quilt pattern. Did you see that? With the 3-dimensional dresses and shoes. Absolutely brilliant stuff. You could even just cut out, you know, like a plique hearts, Bondeweb hearts, and fuse those onto plain fabric, stitch around them, make those up into a quilt. And again, you can make a little go a long way. Now, weight-wise, all of the fabrics that I'm showing you today are standard quilt weight cotton. So where a lot of the Liberty that we used to see years ago was Liberty Lawn, and it was that really lightweight, almost gauzy, still cotton, but very fine. And if you get Alice Caroline, like charm packs and things like that, they're Liberty Lawn. This is quilt weight cotton. So this is that more heavyweight, what we're used to for quilt weight, you know, kind of the same as Moda or Tilda, My Fabrics, that sort of weight. You can mix the lawn with regular cottons. If you're at all unsure, just put a really lightweight interfacing on the back of the lawn, fusible, then cut out your pieces and mix it, but you can mix and match it. Right, this one ends 03, sorry. 03. Oh, some nice ones in this, really fresh, this one. Really fresh. That's gorgeous, isn't it? Yeah, very Liberty. But that colour is doing things for me. It's that real pop of, is it Prussian blue? I don't know. It's very nice though. That's gorgeous. See, I really like this. Like that jade green in there as well. And finish with a really nice floral. That's beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. Okay, one more little fat quarter bundle to show you. And then I've got some half meters to fly through. So this one ends 9-1. Ooh, now this is a bit William Morris meets Liberty. Yeah, look at that. Don't you think? And that's got a beautiful sort of simplicity to it. Really like that. Yeah, aren't they nice? Oh, pretty, pretty. That's lovely. Ah, collector in Merseyside's message. Thank you. When will Stuart's new book be out? Well, here's the scoop. It won't be out until 24. I know, which seems like a huge time to wait, doesn't it? It's the same with all of my books. They all take 2 years from when I write them to when they come out. So this is a little bit under 2 years actually, because it will launch in the summer, I think, of 24. So I should have it for Festival of Quilts, not this year, but next year. I suppose the thing is now I'm only saying next year, aren't I? It doesn't feel as bad as it would have done before Christmas, which was really in 2 years' time. But I'm working on it now. What I can tell you is I think it's my best quilt book so far, so I hope it's worth waiting for. I'm loving every single one of the projects, and I hope you will too. It's seasonal, it's gorgeous colours, fabrics, there's loads of different styles of and colours of quilts within it. So but the good news is I will still be doing patterns for Sewing Street in the meantime, so I'll keep you going, don't you worry, don't you worry. All right, so that's the last lot of Liberty. Love that. Well, fat quarters anyway. All right. Auf Wiedersehen, goodbye. Right, let me show you these. Now, if there are any of these fabrics in particular that you're spotting that you really want a closer look at, do give me a shout. I'm just going to leap in with a couple, if I may. Really drawn to this one. Love that vibrant colour, 78. Love that. It's I think Liberty is really gorgeous for children's wear. I think a little denim jacket with that as the lining. And that's the underside of the collar, and maybe some covered buttons, line the pockets with it, would just be divine. I also think that would mix really well with needle cord for some dungarees. You know, that kind of thing. It's really cute, isn't it? This is by the half metre, £7.49 for a half metre. So if you want a metre of that, say it was for maybe dungarees, then grab a metre for a child. We'll cut it off the bolt. It'll all come in one piece. Right, another one that's appealing to me is this. I'm attracted to the reds right now. This one ends 9/6. So again, I just thought that was really lovely. Now I'm thinking bit more grown up. I think something like a really pretty blouse in that. I think that would be gorgeous. Perhaps with like tucks or pleats or needle, like pin tuck. Like pin tuck details would be really nice in that. It would also be really pretty maybe for some pillow shams. Or cushions would be nice. But I think a pillow sham would be lovely in that. Mixed with really crisp white cotton. Just a bit of that. You don't need much. And suddenly they're Liberty, aren't they? They're Liberty pillowcases. Right, next one that's appealing is this. It's a little bit more out there, this one. This N01. I love the colour. I love the drama of this. And actually, if you go to the Liberty store, I think the Liberty store feels more like this than like this. Do you know what I mean? If you actually go in the store, and I think it's got something to do with all of the dark wood and all of the beams and the panelling, and it feels quite sort of Art Nouveau when you're in there. Do you know what I mean? It doesn't feel country. It doesn't feel particularly florally. It feels more like this. Love that. Love that. That'd be really, really lovely to use for quilting. Or a bag. Very nice. Okay, next up, this is a pretty one. This ends 3/8. Again, I'm thinking children's dressmaking would be lovely, or just dressmaking generally. I think that's really pretty. I could imagine maybe Alison Marion's wrap over apron done in that. Combination of that and maybe something like seeded natural cotton or ecru or cream cotton would be really nice. And then that. Yeah, here's the interior of the Liberty store looking from women's wear upwards. And you see what I mean? It's kind of all those beams and all that wood, and they do the most incredible sort of shop displays inside the store. I go as much for that as anything else. You know, I love going into the really big department stores to see how they display yarn or fabric or lampshades or something like that. I always take pictures of things like that. I just love it. I love it. Now, while we're on the subject of sophisticated, ending 2/6, this is that print I showed you earlier, but done in a soft grey, which again, I just think is really pretty and sophisticated and quite wintry. Okay, a couple more florals. Now, I am really, really keen on the sort of tonal prints. This is called Fruit Silhouette. And I've got this in a blue and a pink. Let's do ending 1/8 and then ending 6/0. So we'll do 1/8 first. This is that amazing blue. It's almost like a chalky blue, isn't it? And I just love the silhouette. And then in bubblegum pink in 6/0. I just think that's delicious. And if you love Emily Bell and Wiltshire Shadow, this is going to appeal to you. This is a good, I mean, it's hardly a basic, is it? Let's be honest. But it does give us that usage. We could use this with so many things in so many ways. It's a good fabric to have in your stash. Yeah. Now, one more, and then I need to do the menu. Oh, let's go a wild card. Ending 04. This has got fluoro yellow. I think that's gorgeous, yeah. I think you want to do something like a maxi or a midi dress with tiers, you know, with ruffles and tiers, and maybe like a sort of a bit of a smocked top to it, and like bits of sort of puff sleeves, something summery. I think it's beautiful. I love that fabric. Really gorgeous. It's time for the menu. Okay, straight up, 8 a.m, we've got lighting and tools. At 9 o'clock, we've got the William Morris River Wandle quilt kit with Susie Duncan. Might need to see that advert one more time. At 10 a.m, we've got extra wide backing fabrics and cut to order wadding. At 11 o'clock, we've got a sewing machine mat with Susie Duncan, brand new project. And then at 12 o'clock, we've got an hour on sewing machines. So don't miss that. And don't miss the 9 a.m. William Morris Wandle quilt. It is gorgeous. Check this out. Hi, I'm Stuart Hillard. I am so excited to launch this brand new quilt kit. It's the William Morris River Wandle quilt, and it launches here on Sewing Street on Thursday, the 5th of January. I hope you'll be able to join me. It's a glorious quilt, 82.5 inches square, featuring these beautiful soft rose pinks and vibrant cobalt blues. Join me on Thursday, the 5th of January, here on Sewing Street for the brand new launch of this gorgeous William Morris quilt. I'll see you there. Oh, he's good. I like him. No, I do. I like him. All right, that's at 9 o'clock tomorrow. Listen, for the rest of the day, have a wonderful time. Enjoy yourselves. Stay cozy and warm. Look after yourselves and each other. I'll see you tomorrow at 8.